Hello and welcome to another Giant Slayers Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom and sponsored by Medify. I'm your host Casanova, joined as always by the Blevins, and we are going to get into another week of Legends of Runeterra action. Blev, how are you feeling today?
Feeling great. We saw the I didn't double check this or confirm it, but I'm pretty sure, if not the fastest, close to the fastest Fight Night EU of all time. No bracket reset, no anything, just a really crazy aggro fast Fight Night EU, which is almost never the case, but we saw one. So maybe this is the real new 2022 that we've been waiting for, or maybe it was a flash in the pan. I don't know.
So the great thing about no bracket reset in EU means you don't have to pay your taxes and you'll never die. So these are the great things about it. Because those used to be certain death taxes and Fight Night EU bracket reset, but now that one's broken, they're all out the window. Just, you heard it here first. You don't have to pay your taxes. You can't die. These are all things that are just true facts now that we've learned based on EU this morning. So we're gonna get into North America now. We're not North America, but the Americas in general now. But first, of course, Blevins, why don't you break down the format for what we're doing today?
Oh, absolutely. We've got the same format as we've always had and always will have. Who knows? Who knows? Not spoiling anything, but I am spoiling the fact that we're going to be playing a double elim bracket with 8 players. Every single match is going to be a best of 3, 2 decks, no region overlapping to win. You got to win with both of your decks. And of course, the players are playing for their share. That's sweet, sweet 200, Casa. Let's take a look at the players that we've got tonight.
Yeah, taking a look at the bracket. This is not... Oh, wait, yes, it is. Never mind. I forgot about the thing that we talked about before going live. There's Floppy Mudkip going up against Fair Jordan's. Darcodius does get the win over Tupac. Tupac, unfortunately, is having connection issues. Will not be able to play today. We are going to be running with 7. Hopefully, we'll get Tupac later, or maybe they can connect and can play their losers bracket match by the time it comes up. We'll have to see, but for now, Darcodius is going to at least move on in the first round. Other than that, we got Maybe Next Time versus Grandpa Roji, and we got Neomore versus Jay Tamunda. But our first match that we're going to be checking out today, Blevins, is going to be Maybe Next Time versus Grandpa Roji.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got I can't even say a super diverse spread of decks, but this match does. Grandpa Roji, I believe, is going for an Ezri for one trick, for best one trick in LoR, and maybe they should get it though. They're
hurting his odds by not playing Malphite today.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're not playing the deck that you thought they might be, but they are playing Pantheon Taric, which I think is the I guess the spiritual predecessor potentially to Malphite this week. But we'll be taking a look at that, and then Maybe Next Time brought an interesting list that has popped up with the new patch and the change to Kindred. That's going to be an old school deck, the Karina Verazza deck. Shadow Isles, PNZ, good old fashioned burn your units and beat you down with some big 9-drops. That's a classic. That's old school. It even has the Elise like the old decks used to.
Yeah, and you may have noticed that little crown next to Grandpa Roji's name. Of course, he is a coach on Medify. Medify being our sponsor for this week's Fight Night. So make sure if you want to get some coaching, Roji is somebody that you can get coached. By if you want to learn Malphite in particular, or the Pantheon Taric, that kind of thing. Roji's going to be a great person for that. But speaking of Pantheon Taric, let's go ahead and take a look at this deck list real quick, Blev, and talk a bit about Pantheon Taric. This is one that we haven't really had on America's Fight Night, at least not one that I've been on. I'm not sure if we saw one during one of the weeks I was out, but I'm happy that we're getting to see this today. I really like Pantheon. I think that he's been a little underplayed in at least recent Fight Nights as far as tournament play goes. I think this is a champion that has a place in the meta. I think when we get to seasonal, we're going to see a fair bit of Pantheon. I don't think he's going to be one of the most played, but he will be a champion that we're going to see around for the seasonals, and it's cool that we're going to get some Pantheon here at Fight Night. Of course, Wounded White Flame being one of the big cards, big reasons that this deck can be so good, or Pantheon packages in general can be so potent, because it's just such a powerful card, that 3-mana 2/4 Fated Fury.
Yeah, it is definitely a deck that we've seen a decent amount of on the ladder. It's also, you know, the Pantheon decks in general. There's quite a few flavors. There's Mono Pantheon. There's this Pantheon Taric that we see here, and I think the more common one, at least over the past couple of weeks, has actually been Pantheon Shyvana. But we're actually going to be starting off with Grandpa Roji's other deck. That's going to be the Zillion Zareth Arsenal deck.
Yeah, we were talking about this a lot before the broadcast, and I think, you know, we had to mention Shawdox's mono Shurima from last week being, you know, similar game plan of wanting to destroy your landmarks, but this does it very differently. Shawdox was playing essentially an overwhelm deck that used destroying landmarks as the way to enable the overwhelm units that are run in that Shurima list. This is more playing towards the win condition of the Arsenal, using the Zareth, destroying a bunch of these landmarks early in the game to level up your Zareth and set up a big Arsenal for the late game. Not really leaning into the more aggressive strategy, I would say, that the other Shurima deck had.
Yeah, I would actually argue not a similar game plan, but a similar package of cards that are across both decks. Game plans end up being quite different, where I guess you can have those aggressive draws. I mean, we're still running Desert Naturalist, Endless Devout, Rite of the Arcane, Unraveled Earth, Rockhopper. I mean, those cards are common across both decks, and actually, Zareth was not in Shawdox's list, but besides those few cards, I mean, the decks really start to diverge here. I mean, this almost runs more like I always think back to a Lee Sin deck where, you know, the beginning of the game is really set up, you know, getting these landmarks out, building up that arsenal count is sort of your pseudo Lee Sin here, while also beating down. I mean, you can still have some very aggressive and powerful draws with the Desert Naturalist creating essentially free 5/4s, and then ending the game with an arsenal with a bunch of keywords, and then potentially even more if you end up ancient hourglassing it.
Yeah, that Elise skin, by the way, is gorgeous. It's like one of my favorite skins in the game. Actually,
all of these skins are amazing.
Yeah,
the World Breaker skins, definitely recommend the skins. I've been running the board, though I know you can't click the board, which is really a tragedy.
You're playing an F-tier
in general.
board?
I'm playing an F-tier board. Crazy. The music is so good. I love that board so much. Just give me even just like a little like it doesn't even have to be a good sound. Like, I mean, I would love you to be able to click on like the bricks and stuff or the water, but it's such a beautiful board that is just ruined by the fact that you can't click it. But I do recommend it nonetheless. But I want to call out these two cards on the side of maybe next time. The Sentinel package here, the Buru Sentinel, and the other one whose name is the Burgeoning Sentinel. These cards have, if you've played on ladder, I'm sure you've seen them. They are cards that when they came out really didn't see very much play at all. But now in these sort of Shadow Isles, a lot of times P and Z packages, they are sort of the core to the early game, and they really help you stabilize. They can get, I mean, a 3/3 and a 5/4 for their mana cost, very, very strong. And with Fearsome can really take advantage of something like Ari Kennen that just does not have good ways to block these.
Yeah, and with Vengeance being reduced to 6 mana as well, it does give you access to very easy kill a unit things to turn them on early, get those slays going. I mean, you know, you're also going to have things like Mystic Shot, Bile Feast if they're smaller units, but even against decks that play bigger units, you're going to have access to your earlier slays.
Yeah, your earlier slays with your glimpses, and then also our newly minted 6 mana Vengeance, which has really been making an impact. I mean, you're seeing that. You're seeing a lot more Shadow Isles, and I think it was probably still playable at 7, but it feels a lot better at 6.
Yeah, I mean, Vengeance was basically, outside of very early sets, relegated to be a 1 or 2 of, and now you kind of just jam 3 copies at 6 mana in a lot of the Shadow Isles control lists, and we actually see maybe next time running 3 copies in this Karina list as well. So it feels a lot more comfortable to play it at 6 mana. It matches with Mini Morph. The difference is Mini Morph is burst speed, but it leaves a 3/3 body, and this one is at fast speed, so it's interactable, but, you know, kill a unit is a pretty powerful effect.
Yeah, and actually, you know, with the prevalence of these spell shield units like Rumble as well as others, it actually can be a benefit to be fast speed versus the burst speed of Mini Morph, because you can layer a Vile Feast into a Vengeance and kill a Rumble, whereas you cannot layer a you know, a pinger like a Pokey Stick into the Mini Morph on a Rumble.
Yeah, Chen sure can find those advantages. We are going to see swing in from the Kindred, putting a lot of pressure on Roji. Gonna be able to get that Slay and mark the Xerath as well.
Yeah, Roji does have the ability to use the Rite of the Arcane to kill the Kindred. Looks like that's what's going to end up happening here. Putting Xerath almost at leveling up, and boy, I really underestimated Xerath just in general. I mean, he really can control a board in a deck like this, where you pretty much always have access to these landmarks, a lot of the you know, the rock hoppers and the other cards that create these vulnerable landmarks. Just make it so that if there's a Xerath out, especially a leveled one, you just can't play units anymore. They just instantly die, or, you know, you're dealing 3 damage to your lowest cost unit or your lowest power unit, and you're really in a spot where the board is just locked up, and it's very hard to deal with.
Yeah, and I mean, Roji just at this point being able to deal with all of the threats that maybe next time puts forth, gets rid of the Kindred, so the mark goes away, able to deny the Vengeance with the Rite of Negation, and now is going to get that Xerath level up. Gets to clear away some, you know, the Spiderling on the breaking of the Preservarium, but now leveled Xerath has additional Xerath in hand. Really good setup, and the Arsenal being drawn kind of just in time. We'll be able to play that next turn. Fortunately for Roji, it's not lining up with an attack token, but you still are going to be happy to be able to play that on curve.
Looks... Oh, no. Roji must have used a Rite of the Arcane and ate one of his mana gems, because he's only at 6 mana.
Oh, he's on 6. You're right. The right negation, he ate the mana gem. That's
right.
Yeah, so he'll actually have to wait 2 turns for this Arsenal. Okay. However, it will come down on an attack token turn. So still going to be good for Roji.
Yep. Definitely is. And someone's got to tell Roji, buddy, move that 24-hour stream new emote sub goal somewhere else.
Blocking the mana.
Or, you know what, just make your camera that much bigger. Why not? Like,
just block all the mana, actually. And the end round and the attack token. Just cover it all.
Yeah, just cover it all. It's okay. But you know what? At least he has the Giant Slayer Wisdom Metafy logo at the top. That's okay.
Wow. Just completely trading off the Xerath. Kind of not having much of an option, just because falling any lower is going to put you in danger of burn plus Karina, which, you know, funny enough, is just maybe next time's hand. Ledros, Karina, and a bunch of burn.
Yeah. Or Ledros, or like this is exactly where you want to be if you're maybe next time. You're at a life total that I mean, the Arsenal can technically, if we get Scout and Impact, could do 18 in 1 turn.
Yeah.
But you're feeling pretty good. You're feeling like you're unlikely to be on a 1-turn clock. Yeah, I mean, the Arsenal does change that potentially, but
could get lifesteal too, which, depending on the sequencing, can save you, because it is going to be your attack token.
Right. Well, the other thing is the Arsenal can come down, and then there is going to be an action for maybe next time to play Karina. If they dodge Spell Shield, in Karina, and then perhaps Mystic Shot or Get Excited to finish off the Arsenal, depending on how much you hit.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on Roji's hits for keywords, right? I mean, there's a lot of misses. There's a lot of hits. Really, I mean, getting Spell Shield is probably the most important because we know the hand maybe next time. Really, like, if you get that and everything else kind of sucks, you're probably still winnable. But if we're talking perfect keywords, right? It's like Spell Shield, Scout, Lifesteal, Impact. Is that like...
Elusive could also be good because maybe next time could also just play, let's see, Impact, Challenger, Fearsome Fury. Definitely not what Roji's looking for. No. Yeah, you can just play Ledros here. Yes, it can trade with the Arsenal, but that's fine. Maybe next time does not need many more actions to end this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think those hits just, like, completely sealed this. I mean, this is just a pass. Maybe next time.
Yeah.
You just jam
we're
Karina.
Just on burn.
I mean, you already have enough.
Well, we have enough burn in hand.
Spells.
Yeah, we've got enough. I guess it's really, like, you can open on maybe burn spell. Oh, maybe next time.
Oh, pulled an Aftershock, so gonna start with that.
Okay. Roji.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, Roji only has one Rite of Negation, so this is fine. Maybe next time knows that there's no more Rite of Negation, so you can just fire it off right away, and that's going to be maybe next time taking down game number 1 versus Grandpa Roji.
Yep, the Karina deck just kind of doing exactly what it's built to do. Control the early game, and then finish with Burn or Ledros or Karina. All of the options were available, and the early game looked great with the Sentinels and Elise being able to do exactly what they're in the deck for. Which is just maintain board pressure on the early game. They even did better than what you normally expect out of the deck. They were ahead on life total and board. So, very, very good setup from it, which they can do. Don't get me wrong. It's the intent is to just give you presence and make sure that you are going even on board or controlling it in the best way you can. Sometimes though, they're just strong enough that they win the board. It just happens.
Yeah. Well, the deck is built around 1-for-1s, right? And the Sentinels allow you to turn your 1-card unit into, like, more than a card's worth of value when you're already doing a 1-for-1, if that makes sense. So, like, you're playing a 1-mana 1/2, which is below rate. Then you're playing a Vile Feast to kill their unit. There's a 1-for-1. And actually, it's kind of like a 0.5-for-1 because you're getting a Spiderling as well. But ignoring that, you're 1-for-1ing there, and then you're turning your 1-mana unit into a 3/3, which is going to get, you know, an additional card potentially. So all of a sudden, it's just like incremental advantage. And also, by the way, these are fearsome units that are beating down your opponent the whole time too. So it's not even that, like, you know, in the old Karina lists, they were running very, very few units, and you can just get to these spots where your opponent just goes, okay, I'll just play more units, and you're just like, I've got nothing on board. I'm just using my burn spells to kill your board. But now they actually have pressure to deal to get that first bit of life total down.
Yeah, especially when people were still trying to play Karina after the spider nerfs. Not able to put as much pressure as they used to. But we do have an early Zillion coming down. These droplets are going to get spammed rather quickly. Kick things off. A lot of draw for maybe next time. Having kind of all the 1-drops. No, you wanna find the Wayfinder. Not finding that just yet.
Yeah, the problem for Roji is that the droplets, those lead to more cards. And there's an Ari. We look at Roji's hand, and it's just nothing. There's nothing going on. You could can't possibly tell how much mana Roji has because
all of it. He has all of the mana. He's
got 10. He's got 13 mana. But yeah, I mean, this is just sort of the other half of the deck, as we like to call it sometimes, where it's like, oh, you've got all these interactive spells, and you're late game, and it just doesn't matter, or it's not good now.
Now the recall comes out, it's gonna bait a pokey stick, and now there's still Homecoming. If maybe next time wants to continue to commit to this, or even just the Twin Disciplines gonna do plenty. Recall back, draw more cards. Roji finds a time bomb and could slam. At least get rid of the droplet eventually, but probably want to hold that for a little bit longer, see if you can get even more value.
Yeah, I think the time bombs, if you could sequence 2 time bombs in a turn, you might actually be able to yep, there's a time bomb. You might actually be able to do something. I mean, this is actually going to be quite good because we're I think this is actually just guaranteed both of these droplets are gone. Yeah, there's no way to bounce them on the side of maybe next time, and this could be an opening for Roji. There's a lot of interaction on the side of maybe next time. Not necessarily kill potential, though, until that Ari levels up, which I don't know how soon that's going to happen.
Yeah, not able to kill the droplets before the cannon level up, though. Able to play 5 droplets already. Getting that cannon level.
Sounds about right.
It's going to be pretty terrifying that that's already there. And the Ari is set up to potentially continue to bounce that as well.
Oh, Roji moving the sub goal. Appreciate it, buddy. All right, now the beatdown's coming, and so this is a potential. This is a threat to kill Ari. The Pokestick onto the 2/1 would actually be threatening to kill Ari, though the block on the cannon no longer threatens that because maybe next time could just stun. I guess there was already 2 stuns, so no reason to do it yet.
Roiling Sand's gonna hit the board. Those vulnerables down, get more destroyed landmarks. But Mark of the Storm gonna be able to kill off Zillion.
Yeah, and this is really sort of demonstrating what we were talking about in the pre-show with these sort of landmark decks versus RE Cannon. There's a lot of power in these decks. I mean, even if you imagine a Desert Natural, all of a sudden you've got, what, 7 power for just 4 mana coming down. And you look at maybe next time's hand and board, and he just doesn't care. It's a single homecoming deals with that. And the tempo is just so skewed in the RE Cannon deck's favor that it just never, it just very rarely ever matters. So much of what Grandpa Roji is doing is so expensive that the just mana efficiency alone of these RE Cannon decks just buries them.
Yeah, there's Signin gonna come down and continue to just outvalue Roji as well.
Yeah.
Just even more cards hitting the board. This is just a 3 keyword arsenal.
Okay.
Overwhelm,
Spell Shield,
and Fearsome.
That's nice. Okay, we've got Scout now. All right.
Overwhelm, that can be big.
Yep. The unfortunate part for Roji is that we have a burst speed Spell Shield popper in the Ari's Charm. And then, of course, we have multiple homecomings. So, and sorry, it's not burst speed, it's focus speed specifically. So that is definitely relevant. It is going to be really hard for Roji to sequence this and actually be able to get attacks off with the arsenal. It's going to be so tough.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the right in negation, but because there's 2 homecomings.
Yeah.
It's not going to be able to do enough, I don't think.
Just pass here. Unfortunately, like Roji, I think wants to actually use one of these hourglasses to get additional keywords on the arsenal. The problem is that you can't do that now because then maybe next time just attacks. We might actually see the preemptive hourglass happen just to try to get a refill on arsenal abilities.
Yeah. Yeah, could be a consideration. Right now, just threatening to kill the Ahri at least. Gonna try and force anything else. It's gonna be, of course, just the Mark of Lightnings.
Yep.
Put the arsenal back.
The good news for Roji is that there aren't going to be these Mark of Lightnings at the start of their turn. So if Roji is... Wait, this kills the Ahri?
Yeah, the eye is weird. Am I...
Well, it only is using one mark. Oh, because Ahri's leveling up. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. Ahri's leveling up. So we're going to Ancient Hourglass now.
Yep, stops a little bit of damage. Sets up to get the refill.
Yep.
Not gonna recall the
that's
cannon.
Fine.
Yeah.
Sure.
Makes sense. Makes sense. You don't want to recall the cannon here. Doesn't actually do anything.
Right. And because you have that second, or that, I guess, third Ahri, you now have... You're basically now forcing Roji to open attack. And even, like, open attack is never killing, right? Even if it's perfect keywords, Roji's not going to be able to kill on open attack. We got Scout, Overwhelm, Spell Shield, Fury, Lifesteal, Fearsome, Regeneration. So good. We get to kill something, but it's not going to matter. It's just not going to matter. Maybe next time just hits okay, and we do it all again.
Yep, can charm off the spell shield again, threaten to recall this, but Roji still has mana to play. This actually might be trouble for maybe next time. There's only, I mean, there are 3 answers in hand, but the spell shield is there, and even if you send it back to hand, it's just going to get re-spell shielded, and there still is effectively a deny here with the Rite of Negation.
Right. Croc brings up a really good point that was missed. If maybe next time would have, in response, stunned the Arsenal, it would pop out of the Hourglass stunned. And that's a lot of damage that is being attacked for here that could have been completely avoided, essentially for free, by maybe next time for just casting the spells.
Yeah, it's a big miss.
Yeah, just casting the Marks of Lightning, sorry.
Yep, and gonna have to use the Conk Palm here. Roji can just hit okay. I mean, it's not presenting lethal to write this. It's not, you know, really gaining much other than just the 9 damage, of course, the 2 HP of healing, but, or I guess 10 damage, there is an impact on there. But yeah, you're not going to get much from there, and now we're going to get Mark of the Storm to just try and deal some damage. We're set up to deal damage on the next turn, and there's another Arsenal, so Roji going to be putting a lot of threat forward.
Okay, yeah, this is second Arsenal. It could be quite good. We get to stun the Ahri, which is awesome for Roji, and this very well may just be enough. I mean, Roji's got protection. We could see another Arsenal. We've got multiple Hourglasses. Granted, at least one of them is likely to get notified. This is one of the interesting times in Runeterra that really makes me love the game, where even with caster vision, where we can see both players' hands and draw things out to a logical conclusion, we have no idea how this game is going to go, because there's so much in terms of baiting. Are you going to you know, represent and bluff, you know, maybe that you don't have another Hourglass, something like that, that the cards in hand are almost, they're not irrelevant, but it doesn't really matter what's in hand. It matters when you are actually playing and sequencing the cards that are in your hand that ends up mattering in this match.
Yeah, I mean, we still have a little toolbox available for maybe next time, but is that enough to actually deal with the major amounts of threat that Roji is able to put forth?
Yeah.
We're going to be putting up another block here with the lifesteal, but there is going to be that mark. It's going to be able to send the Arsenal back to the bench and push some damage, but it's not a lethal threat coming from maybe next time, and Roji again will be able to swing with this big lifesteal unit once more. Also can apply a second Arsenal, right? We've mentioned this, right? Here he comes. There's another one. No lifesteal on this one.
Overwhelm
being added. That is an unfortunate hit for Roji. It's actually...
You can pokey stick your own
Arsenal.
Arsenal.
The most useless keyword that you can get for your Arsenal.
You can give it +1/+1 with pokey stick. That's not like completely irrelevant. Also, Ancient Hourglass might give it +1/+1. I have no idea how that works.
Well, there's the Nopify, but we are going to get the second Hourglass.
All right.
Try and set this up.
Roji very smartly using it on the second one so that, we don't get a stunned Arsenal coming out next turn.
Yep.
Now we've got two very large Arsenals. And, oh, by the way, how about the 5/3 we forgot about, or at least I forgot about? Oh, we've got Challenger,
double scout
Regen,
here.
Overwhelm, Fury, Augment, Faded, Lifesteal, Fearsome. So much. Still not lethal, though. Very notably not lethal here.
Well, at least on the first attack, right? So we've got the scout
that's
attack.
true. That's right.
More.
Both of these have scout.
And the Rite of Negation is still there. So if we do see the double homecoming, that's just an immediate blowout. Unfortunately for maybe next time, only sitting on 11 mana. It's actually very notable here because if there was 12, you could homecoming, and when Rite comes down, you could deny it. But there is not enough there to do this.
True.
So 11 mana being, 12 mana being a very important break point for this turn for maybe next time, and just not there. I'm curious. Now, this is not something I was tracking on the last turn. I wish I was, because I hadn't really noticed the deny until now. I wonder if maybe next time could have played the previous turn to save an additional mana, because that would have been big for this. I guess there is the spell shield on this second Arsenal, so you can only get rid of one.
Yeah, and here's the kicker is that Roji can just play this. Oh no, probably not gonna
play this Arsenal.
Oh right, this has got a new batch of abilities.
Mark of the Storm, get rid of the spell shield. And Rite of Negation is not affordable anymore for Roji.
Right. Oh, we don't even have Overwhelm on the second one.
Yep, the spell shielded one doesn't actually have a way in, so
yeah, this is a pretty easy homecoming here.
Yep. This is homecoming on the second Arsenal, or the unspell shielded Arsenal.
Yep.
And this other one is just gonna... Oh, it has elusive. Okay. I was gonna say it's just gonna get traded by the 9/3, but it's coming in. The only elusive does not have a way to block. So that
wait.
Okay. Elusive's so hard to see past the spell shield. God damn. It's so hard to see past the spell shield. So it has elusive plus fearsome, and the only elusive blocker was 2/2.
Right.
So it's just the elusive is hard to see immediately, because I'm sitting there like, the 9/3 is gonna block it, but spell shield makes elusive. So I wish we had an icon for elusive now. I think we need it, because
it's on there. You just can't see it.
Okay. Well.
Yeah. Anyways, we're in game number 3.
It's elusive. Yeah. There you go.
Yes, it is elusive.
No, I really do think that with everything, we probably do need a little icon for it now.
Yeah.
It can be hard to make out when you have a spell shield on top of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, now we have a deck, or at least a shell, that Roji has been piloting for quite some time. I think he was a day one Pantheoner, and I've seen him, and he's the person that I got the Pantheon Shyvana list from when Poros were sort of running amok. They had like a 90% win rate against Poros or something like that. This is back on the Taric Pantheon, which is very strong. I mean, Taric Demacia is something that has been played around with for a while, and now with Pantheon, it really is sort of come together in a very strong way.
Yeah, this list has been really fun. I love that we actually get to see some Taric. Pretty rare that champion has ever shown up. Makes sense with Faded too, of course, right? Because you're applying buffs. You want to play buffs in a deck like this. And Zenith Blade also finding a deck that really works well for it. That's not just Lee Sin, not just combo, not just cheese. It's really makes use of the Daybreak because you can keep getting more buffs for all your faded units.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was a tweet, maybe, I'm trying to remember if it was Ruben, that was talking about how this set actually just brought back a bunch of really old cards and found new decks that they work really well in. And I think that that does ring very true. And it has been a very fun thing of this set is new ways to play old cards that were pretty criminally underplayed, or maybe not even criminally underplayed. They just weren't good until now, and now they are finding a home without any change to the actual card themselves. I think that's always a nice thing to see.
Yeah, but that paired with the essentially releasing of new champions in the buffs that some of these champions like Kindred. Yes, Kindred existed and had the same ability, but it's a new card, right? Like it's a card we really have not seen in any like
being
real
able to play it on
amount.
4 was just enough, right? That plus some additional changes to Shadow Isles, right? Like being able to see the buff to Vengeance, bringing back decks that fit the style that Kindred wanted to play while moving her to a more palatable mana amount. I mean, because like how many 5-drop champions have we seen really pop off? Like Trundle, Garen in beta.
Yeah, I was gonna say Garen had a time.
It's pretty rare.
BBG remembers.
GP's all right, but like
that's true.
It's not. I feel like we don't see them being as common, right? The main offenders are your 1-drop champions, of course.
Oh yeah.
But 4-drop's gonna be nice. Someone chats at Thresh. Like, come on, come on.
Yes, Thresh Viego. That is a deck that has really popped off and is amazing. Cameron Hanzo, just in case you're listening, I believe that, buddy. You keep on keeping on, man.
All right, we're getting a recall on a droplet.
Yep, that's
classic
still
play
5
patterns
to the face.
Yep. Overwhelm still getting more, but I think the purpose needing to refill this hand. Gonna find an Ari with the Might, so the combo starting to become available. Still need to level the Ari before it's there.
Yeah, this is like Might versus Absolver is an interesting choice. It's kind of a hedge, right? Like it's you're always paying 3 mana and you're always getting Overwhelm versus like sometimes you just get the added variety. You've got the ability to spread the buffs out, and then I guess there's a small amount of time where you just don't level your champions. But in general, I gotta be honest, I almost always want Absolver over Might, even though I'm a huge Might fan. I'm a Rumble one trick right now, but Absolver's just got to be better, I think.
So, interestingly, this is a game where we might actually see this might be relevant compared to Absolver, because this Ari can come down unleveled. She still gets 2 swings. She's very far from leveling, but Roji is at 10. So, mighting this Ari is still 10 damage of Overwhelm that is going through. And that is extremely relevant in this case, where Roji's at 10 and only has 2 units to block currently.
That is very true.
There's a good chance that we don't see a champion level up before this game ends for maybe next time. Or at least the possibility is there. 1 mana shy of playing Sign-In and Might this turn. That would have been a way to try and put curtains on this game.
Oh, yeah.
Again, 1 mana off of having a very good play available. But just gonna rock. Seems to be Ahri Droplet, or at least considering this as the starting play, keeping mana available for recalls, for buffs. The only other option is realistically Sign-In.
Yeah, this is a very delicate dance for both players because neither really want to commit mana.
They're Sign-In.
No, they're Sign-In. So now Roji has the Pantheon block and now has the single combat that is basically going to... Single combat's going to happen. We also have Sharp Sight on to Pantheon to block the Droplet, kill the Ahri. Of course, we can see the retreat, but like the more turns that Roji's going to get without being dead, the better for him, obviously, because like Pantheon and Taric are in play. There's also a big unit already. This is potentially quite scary.
Okay, going to put forth the blocks. Might just be a retreat on Ahri. And have to replay her on the next turn. Or else you're losing this Ahri without a replacement.
One minor note here is that I think the Sharp Sight wanted to be on Pantheon. I guess maybe not. Okay, no, so this plays around Twin Disciplines, which is good. Obviously, ideally, you would want the Sharp Sight on Pantheon because of Faded, but this is Grandpa Roji showing his skill and thought to play around something like Twin Discipline, which of course you can become even better at by booking a coaching session with Grandpa Roji. Actually is a Metafy coach, ! Metafy in the chat. Use the promo code WIS15. 15% off, and you can actually book a session with actual factual Grandpa Roji, who we are watching play as we speak.
Now this is going to threaten lethal. Of course, maybe next time has plenty of interaction in hand, so game should not end here, but this is going to be Taric applying Overwhelm and getting the buff over to an additional target. Only 13 health left. Plenty of damage going to be presented. Plenty of recalls and stuns, though. Well, a stun. Couple recalls available for maybe next time.
I would imagine that Roji will probably cast a Pale Cascade before attacking if it gets to that point. I would rather have the extra cards, plural, than the everything. If this resolves, everything will already have Overwhelm, yes. So it's going to be the same. I guess if you really want the health buff,
yeah, it'd be a health buff for the Pantheon. Okay, Homecoming prior to the buff coming through. You want to be fizzling this.
Yeah, have to single.
Considering the target for it going to be Taric.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Roji's initial thought here, though I guess if there is the Twin Disciplines, I suppose Roji would rather have Taric die, though I don't actually know if that's true. I'm not even convinced that that's the case, but maybe it is.
Yeah, I mean, there's the option to expend your might here to kill Taric. But I feel like you're still kind of holding on hope that you can find cheeky lethal with that. This swing is very scary. A lot of damage coming through. You do have Sign-In as a blocker, which is important, but probably going to have to be a Conk Palm. Or we could see just the second Homecoming come through.
Yeah, this is Yeah, like you said, it is a lot of damage here. The problem is, yeah, you definitely want to keep the might, because if you're not, we talked about this last week. If you're not attacking for lethal, your opponent really does have the luxury of just hitting okay and you not caring, right? There's not any over-the-top damage outside of Kennon's spell for 2. So if Grandpa Roji can stay at above 2 life, he's going to get another turn, right? So maybe next time needs to not die this turn, but also keep some board integrity and possibly the might to at least threaten lethal. Because the next, if Grandpa Roji gets another attack, I mean, it's very likely going to be over, especially since Pantheon is likely going to be leveling.
Yep, but we've gone wide here. It's like, can you find an Ari is really going to be a big note.
Yeah.
That's going to double the value of the might. You still have the stun. You were able to hold on to the Conk Palm as a potential aggressive play alongside of might.
That's true. Yeah, we could see the aggressive Conk Palm. The problem is that you need to really keep up. You need to keep up this deny as well, because there's single combats, concerted strikes that are always a possibility. And yes, you do have homecoming, but it's very mana intensive potentially.
Yeah. Okay. 4 mana. I mean, that's 8 mana.
Yeah, we've got 2 spells basically.
7 for might and deny.
Yeah, and might and deny does not win the game right now, I don't think.
It's 1 off apparently. You have 2 elusives, and you have a 3 damage unit, so that can go up to 6.
Yeah, but we don't even have the Ari yet.
Well, so you don't necessarily need the Ari, right? I mean, you can swing with the 2 elusives and the sign-in, and that's threatening 8 damage. Opponent's at 10. Because this is
right.
I guess this is without deny. I should know. Yeah, this would be without deny.
Yeah.
I mean, it's rough. It's real tough.
The problem is you have to be swinging. I guess you could swing for 8, and that probably elicits a block out of Roji. Because of the threat of Kennon's spell, though, it is. I'm sure Roji is keeping better track of how many Kennons have been played, and if there's a possibility that there is one in hand. But if you're not attacking for at least 8, Roji just says okay, and we go next. And actually, even if no, because we could do it next turn. Yeah, I think Roji probably does want to stay at least above 8.
Yeah, I mean, maybe next time would always have to swing with the full board to just threaten 10.
Right.
And then you'd have to go for the cheeky play of like might plus a stun, and then pray that there's no single combat or concerted. I mean, there's only 3 cards. There's a chance that it's not there.
And we don't even have might plus stun mana open anymore.
Yeah, no, it's not there anymore.
Yeah. And leveled up Dark.
Yeah, the question really just matters. Becomes, was that line even possible? I'm not even sure if it was this turn with the mana that was allotted to threaten 10 and then have that backup. Well, it definitely wasn't, because we counted there's only the 2 damage of elusives. You needed actually to have 4 damage of elusive in order to do it. But then it's also decide, okay, this is not winnable unless I go for this play, because next turn I'm dead. And then maybe next time has to make that decision. But it seems like decision either can't threaten lethal at all, which I think is probably true. And also, secondly, might be able to live next turn. Because there is a homecoming, there is a stun. And there should be... Let's see. There's not a way to stop the... Yeah, because open attack will come through, so you won't be able to have enough Mark of Storms to set up stuns that way.
We also, if we have homecoming plus stun, We're gonna be on. Okay, we will be on exactly 12 if maybe next time can bank. if maybe next time can bank 3 mana here. So then we'll have Homecoming, Stun, and Deny for the Concerted. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Roji could have hit okay. Opted not to.
Oh, is he just risking this? Is he gonna slam the might on Kennen? Stun this? Yeah, he might be thinking he's dead next turn.
That would threaten. That would be exactly 10.
Yeah. This is gonna lose to this Concerted.
Yes.
However, this is what I was talking about, right? Is like, do you think that you can live next turn?
Oh, not going for it though.
Interesting. Just protecting the Kennen. I thought he might be going all in, so I guess so he still thinks he can live this next turn, which is I think, you know, certainly possible, right? Because there is a stun, there's a Homecoming.
Now, if you cast Pale Cascade on Tarek, does the second Pale Cascade draw you a card? It should, right?
It should. Yep.
Okay. We just open with a card, and now we are going to get potentially 2 cards from Tarek.
Okay, but now you can recall Kennen and replay him so you can stun Pantheon. Because now you have an action.
You can't do that in enough actions if Roji attacks here.
You can. You retreat, and then you
return. Oh, retreat.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. So now he has the ability to stun Pantheon. So maybe next time I think almost certainly lives.
Bastion though. I mean, it certainly feels like it does.
There is a 3 health unit. I think you're living on 1.
Are you?
Yeah, you block. Yeah. You block Wayfinder into Tarek. You block the other 2. You stun Pantheon with Return from Kennen, and then use the mark, and then you stun the 8/4. Oh wait, no, the Bastion, the spell shield on the.
Yeah.
Well, you have
there's
to cast
16 overwhelmed double
there's
spell
a Homecoming
shield
as well.
now.
So
okay.
You have enough mana. You have enough
stun
mana.
That with.
So you have to play Homecoming and Conk Palm.
Homecoming, Conk Palm, and then we go to 1.
Yeah, you go to 1. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's there. I mean, the action to be able to play retreat is enough to save you here. Yeah. I mean, it's super close. Super close.
Yeah.
Yep. That Homecoming and the Conk Palm gets to go on to the 8/4.
Yep.
You can even bring back Sign-In if you want to be able to. Yep, and you want to be able to replay the Sign-In, try and set yourself up to win. But this is
go to 1.
Yep. It's still not guaranteed for maybe next time, but double might and deny is putting you in a pretty much guaranteed spot to win.
Certainly seems favorable.
Yeah, because I mean,
you got Flame is a blank.
Elusive double might. It's enough damage. You have the deny to cover a Concerted, but it doesn't cover Concerted plus single or double Concerted or any of those potential options.
Well, single I think would have won last game. Yeah, single combat would have won last turn if it was there. So it would be
true.
It would have to be a top deck single combat.
But
this opens up a potential to stun a unit, though. This probably is good enough. And you're only stunning 1 unit. You put 3 into play.
Yeah. Maybe next time going to go wide instead of tall, which of course does make sense if you're playing around the potential of 2 single combat Concerted Strike-esque spells. You want to go wide. If you go tall, yes, you can have the deny for 1, but if there's 2, you've suddenly lost a game that you should have pretty reasonable ways to guarantee a victory in.
Yeah. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so we're attacking with everything, or at the very least with the cannon as well. That's going to force a block out of Roji. The block happens. We see a might. We see a single, or we see a concerted strike. We see a deny, and we see a GG for maybe next time. That is how it should happen, I would imagine. That seems like it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lethal presented.
Yep. Roji hits block. You can't not block. It's choosing a different blocker. That's fine.
It should be... Oh, the spell shield. That's why. Okay.
This, kills Kennen. Yep.
Roji goes for concerted. Yeah. You want to go with Pantheon first.
Yep, get that lifesteal. But no, really well navigated by maybe next time, where it was like on the blade's edge. And yes, like maybe next time lost a sharp side, lost a single combat, lost to a number of things last turn, but they weren't there. And maybe next time played to their outs and ends up finding a victory by the skin of his teeth there in game number 3 and wins in round 1.
Yeah, Roji one off finding that lethal exact mana, being able to kind of turn that around, stop the death for maybe next time, and then turning it back around with Xaxis on the next turn from that might. Very close to 1 in round number 1. Maybe next time takes it over Grandpa Roji.
Yeah, I mean, really, I mean, just a really great set from both players, like knowing to, hey, I'm going to play around the twin disciplines here. I'm going to play around this here. And then also, I'm going to not play around, or I can't play around a sharp sight here. If Grandpa Roji has the sharp sight, I'm dead, so I'm not going to play around it. If he has it, he has it, and I lose. If he doesn't, then I've got a shot to win. And it really well navigated. I mean, we saw both players playing super, super tight. I mean, both players, I mean, effectively, Roji was literally, maybe next time went to actual 1 in that last game. I mean, super, super tight match.
Falling down to 1, it's always, was there an optimization here? Was there an optimization there? But end of the day, I mean, playing pretty solid on both sides, and it comes down to the narrowest of margins, which is, of course, a single HP. But, with that, round 1 in the books. We're going to be moving on to the winners semifinal in just a little bit here. We are going to go to a short break, but don't go anywhere. Fight Night Legends will return just after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, presented by Wisdom and sponsored by Medify. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins, and we just got through round number 1 of the winner's side, and we're going to be jumping over the winner's semifinal in just a moment. But let's take a quick look at the bracket to see what has happened so far. Blevins took down Jordan. Darcodius, of course, advanced. Tupac could not make it today, but we see it maybe next time. And Neomore actually taking down Tamunda, and that is funny. Why, Blev?
Oh, yes, and Neomore, true meme lord themselves, brought the deck that they hit rank 1 on the ladder with, which is Ari Kennen. And you know what the splash is? It's literal sunk cost. 8 mana, do nothing. Bilgewater card, because guess what? Ari Kennen is strong. And I'm pretty positive that they're doing this as a statement, not as a, I think sunk cost is the correct card to pick. I think it's, you can bring a ham sandwich along with the Ari Kennen list, and you're going to be okay. And sunk cost is the ham sandwich here.
Yep, literally put 2 blank cards in your deck and be like, well, it doesn't matter. The deck's still good. Deck's still very strong. Trying to prove a point, prove the point on ladder already, and now trying to prove the point in Fight Night by being the first person to ever win a Fight Night with sunk cost. And Neomore, the classic. I mean, he always does something clowny when he comes on. He always messages me about it normally too. This one was a surprise for me. I'm sure I'll hear about it after the tournament's done, as his traditional Neomore fashion. But, I mean, come on. Come on. What?
I mean, this is the type of... Protest is not the right word, but, like, it is a hilarious demonstration of your belief that a core is broken, right? It's like, I can bring this core, you know, Ari, Kennen, Conspirator, Droplet, Wayfinder, and then the other cards associated with it. And I can just bring actual 2 blank cards, 8 mana, slow speed spell in Bilgewater that you will likely never cast, and certainly never want to cast. Just take up 2 slots that are gone and say, you know what, it's still good.
Yep.
And you're not even running a 38 card deck. You're running a 40 card deck with 2 blanks, which is so much worse. It's so much worse, and just doesn't matter.
You accidentally put the rules card. You left the rules card.
Yeah,
in,
you left the tips and tricks
and you have
card
to,
in the.
You have to play with it now, where you can't legally play it to the board, but it's in your deck, and if you draw it, you're stuck with it. You're stuck with the instructions card for LoR, which is sunk cost.
You left the these are what the hands of poker are card, and the you should check out bicycle.com for more wonderful card accessories. Oops, these aren't real cards. They're just in the deck for some reason. Yeah, you draw it, you just drew nothing. You drew a blank. You've got a void in your hand, and it's still good enough. We saw Neomore on America's Ladder, rank 1 with the deck. I didn't believe it. I saw people talking about it. I go, no. And then I looked. Sure enough, there it was, which means they played at least some of it at rank 1, which is good enough for me. And now, hey, money where your mouth is. Let's bring it to essentially the top 8 of a tournament, right? Because that's what Fight Night is. It's just the top 8 of a tournament, but we only have 8, so it's always a top 8. But it's like the players you would expect to see in the top 8 of a big tournament. We just skip the parts at the beginning and go right to the top 8, and that's what Fight Night is.
But I believe, as much as we love talking about Neomore, I believe we are going to be going to Floppy Mudkip versus Darcodius for round number 2.
Get debated, chat.
Unless I've forgotten the script, you know, I'll be told if I'm wrong. It's fine.
No, there's no script, Casa. We don't. But these aren't written out.
Floppy brought the Go Hard version alongside the Nami TF kind of win condition toolbox deck that we've seen a little bit of. And then on the other side, Darcodius brought the Absolver version of Ari Kennen and Scouts. See some Scouts this time. Not going to be Stony Scouts. It's going to be more the classic Bilgewater additions.
Yeah, I mean, the Ari Cannon deck goes without saying, although I do want to point out that I think I've played Darcodius 4 times on ladder, and he's 3-1 against me, so he's just constantly bullying me. I think he's actually front page of America's leaderboard right now, while I'm a lowly plat 3, so I'm just getting completely gate kept by 300 plus LP master players. Just humble brag, and by brag I mean whatever the opposite of a brag is. But the Scouts deck is a deck that many have been touting as a good matchup into Ari Cannon, which I think is code for it doesn't automatically lose, but it's probably at best a 50-50.
Yeah, generally, I mean, we consider those being pretty solid brings when you're thinking that Ari Cannon is going to be a big part of the meta, which it will be. Now, Ari Cannon, this is interesting because, right, our format doesn't have bans. I'm very curious to see what the seasonal looks like if we go back to the old days of this deck is just permanently banned, or if people are going to focus on targeting it.
It's going to be close to that.
I think we'll see a little bit of a mix of the two, but it does feel like a fairly difficult deck to hard target. I would say even more so than I feel like the old Nami decks with Sparklefly were. I felt like those would beat themselves a lot more. Ari Cannon is far too consistent for me to feel super comfortable on a target strategy against it because of the fact that it draws so many cards. So I would be surprised to see too many full Ari Cannon beat strategies, and more so leaning towards those ban strats.
Yeah, I think it is in that category of your decks that are air quotes good into it are like 50-50s, and that is not how the target deck lineups end up working. That's not a success if you end up with a bunch of decks that are coin flips against it. That might be as good as you can do, but at that point I think it's just better to ban out the deck. Just you see Ari Cannon, you ban Ari Cannon, and go from there.
Yeah. And we've got the Ari Cannon mirror match. This is, of course, going to be Shurima version versus Shadow Isles version. And you talked about this a lot last week, where it was like the Go Hard version does have some edges in this matchup because of the fact that you can get those board sweeps later with Pack. Yes, they can be denied. Yes, the Noble Fives get value against your Go Hards, but in general, does have a little bit more game overall, but it does feel like another one of those matchups where it is just smaller margins, and it's more about how you play the rest of the game, the other 80-90% of the game, and then sometimes you get bailed out by a Pack towards the end, or sometimes your Go Hards get value in the early stages on a Cannon if somehow there is a whiff on recalls or retreat returns.
Yeah, I think just in general, the like secondary win con of the biggest difference obviously is the Absolver, which in Ari Cannon I don't think is the most. It's just not that great. It's not that consistent. Yes, you can maybe come out with some really aggressive early openings and finish off the game with Absolver, but it's kind of like a bad Twin Disciplines in this matchup. And the Go Hard, while you might not always be be able to pick off, a Cannon or a Droplet, even if you're able to use a Go Hard and force your opponent to expend one of their retreats or their recalls or the retreats, that's a win. It's a small win, but it's a win nonetheless, because the Go Hards are going to be pushing you towards another win condition, which is, of course, that pack your bags. And if you can resolve pack your bags, the game will likely end very, very quickly after that.
All right, but the Cannon spam has begun for Floppy. Not too many ways to actually recall it currently, but does have the Ari on board, of course, and that is certainly one way to do so. We do have one more 1-mana recall as well. The other side having kind of a similar setup, lacking maybe one more recall that Floppy does have, but do have the Godwillow Seedling.
Yeah, Godwill Seedling is the other big difference between these two decks. Is the Go Hard versions generally don't run the Godwill Seedling, whereas the obviously Darcodius is running that version. I think in general, I'm not 100% sure how it ends up working in the mirror. But it seems pretty good. I mean, being able to get multiple cannons can be good, but it also, if you're using it on cannon, it's quite committal, as you kind of want to use the cannon spell on the ephemeral cannon sort of offensively. And if you're being proactive in these matchups, a lot of times you're just asking to get punished.
Yeah, it is a deck that does benefit a lot from reactivity in the mirror, being able to get punishing value out of your recalls and your stuns against your opponent trying to make something happen with their buffs. It's another reason why we actually see the Go Hard deck ending up finding a bit more success, because it plays better in that reactive strategy, right? Where you the Absolver can be punished by a lot of these different spells, whereas Go Hard, yes, it can be nopified or something of that nature can happen, but generally not all three will be nopified, and if the game grinds down to a stalemate, eventually the Go Hard will triumph over that. So you do want to find those faster victories when you are playing the Shurima version, and because you are led towards those play patterns, it tends to be a little bit weaker. But again, when we talk about this, it is important that we are noting that when we're saying there's this advantage, it is actually quite a small margin between these two, and comes down a lot to the draw and how the execution happens early on. This matchup in particular, actually less so, comes down to the draw compared to a lot of other mirrors, because as we've kind of talked about with this deck pretty commonly, is just the consistency in which it plays. It draws so many cards due to the droplets and sign-in that you just almost always will have a similar hand. There's, you know, exceptions to the rule, right? Someone's starting out early on with their droplet and a bunch of ways to bring it back, and they're just very ahead on cards from an early stage that might run over you, right, in the mirror, but for the most part, you're going to be relatively even.
Yeah, I agree entirely here. And yeah, we see Darcodius using that seedling on the Wayfinder here. That is going to crank up the clock quite a bit. And I like this timing too from Darcodius, as you know, Mudkip is really, and Mudkip does this almost regardless of what deck they're playing, but they love to, if your opponent is not actively killing you, they're going to take a pass if they can, unless like they want their opponent to use their mana first, and then you know, Mudkip is going to take that position of being reactive and having more options with more mana after their opponent played something first. And Mudkip really wants to play this sign-in, but if you open with a sign-in on your opponent with full mana and a full board, you're just asking to just get destroyed, right? Even though you do get the cards, you do get the board buff, it is such a hard commitment, especially at this point in the game where it is almost all of your mana. Mudkip really is going to want Darcodius to commit something before playing this sign-in, which really leads to, you know, me loving that seedling play last turn for Darcodius. But Mudkip may actually be in the position where he just wants to get sign-in down, get that board buff, maybe start chipping away at this board and get the sign-in train going.
Yeah, jamming sign-in is going to be solid here from Floppy. Mudkip, I think this is the thing. What you're saying is absolutely true of Floppy, but I think with the hand state he had, he was just waiting for turn 6. He would have passed. Yeah. He would have literally passed every turn if Darcodius let him, if Darcodius wasn't playing anything else, until 6. Right. And then he would have jammed sign-in. And that would just be the classic playstyle that he has. He's got this double homecoming, this recall. A lot of these are going to be used to play multiple sign-ins, I imagine, in this matchup. Continue the card advantage that you can have. And I see Floppy try and play for this card very heavily. Only use attacks on turns that he's playing sign-in. Continue to pull sign-in back to hand. Continue to replay sign-in. There's the Cannon's Lightning
Okay.
Rush, but there are
Recall.
plenty of ways to protect the Ahri. Just gonna go for a twin as the most likely, I imagine.
Yep, I think so. Twin is the cleanest. It's the non-interactable one. Even if there's a second Kennen spell, would not kill.
Yeah.
The Ahri.
Normally, you would actually want to Nopeify this, because you would be getting rid of another Kennen. But the problem is Darcodius could have their own Nopeify, or another copy, as you mentioned, and that would kill off the Ahri. So because Floppy doesn't have enough mana to make that play, decides to go the safe route. Solid plays from Floppy, as per usual. Is going to return that Kennen to hand. Just one more play after the next. So 2 more plays total from the level up on the Kennen.
Yeah, and this Mudkip really is in a position of, if my opponent isn't killing me, I'm going to win the long game, right? Like, you can't I guess maybe you could counter every single go hard. Is there enough counter spells? There's 3 Notify. So yeah, so I guess you could technically counter every single go hard, and then that plan is offline, but it's unlikely that it's going to come down to that. Mudkip has that sort of inevitability with go hards, so if Mudkip can maintain board parity and keep his life total relatively healthy, he's going to win the long game.
He will win the long game. One note is that Darcodius' Ahri is much closer to the level up. And that can start to swing things, but also the fact is Floppy has a lot of answers to this Ahri currently, at least to stall her out. And that should buy enough time to completely catch up on that level up and start to get towards those other win conditions. You want to be playing the sign-in with those, so you can also just be homecoming sign-in back, push the Ahri back, replay sign-in, continue to draw more answers, and continue to play that stall out. And Darcodius really needs to start looking for how they're going to punch through. They have the Absolver, they have the setup. They don't have counter spells, though, to stop any measures that Mudkip plays. And so Darcodius is going to have to find a way to push through potential answers that Floppy has, and then set up for this Absolver turn. 14 HP is still a lot to get through, especially because the board is still relatively even. More elusive threats on the side of Darcodius does mean they will be able to try and get some chip. We're even going to see an Ahri's Charm to just get the Ahri level up now, try and draw an additional card, and set up to at least put threat onto the Kennen.
Yeah. Ahri level up is certainly a win con, obviously, for this deck. And hey, there's well. Okay. Now we're getting into the muck of it. I mean, there's just so many cards in both players' hand. Granted, Floppy at a very large mana advantage here. Is now, Darcodius can Nopeify this, but then Floppy has Nopeify and 2 additional mana as well to work with. Wonder if Darcodius is going to make the same decision that Floppy did with the Twin Discipline over the Nopeify. Looks like he is.
Yeah, okay. We're just going to see that. Just being out of mana, right? You can't... You got to play the safe route. Darcodius, Floppy both taking the similar line, but this does mean that Kennen can come down leveled up for Floppy. Now Ahri going to start swinging.
Yeah. This is going to overdraw, right? I mean, almost certainly.
Yeah, this is also the easiest answer to the Ahri that Floppy has. With the Mark. I wonder if he's thinking about what you just said about the overdraw. Yeah.
This is, well, we can get rid of 2 of the mark. We can get rid of all the marks. So, yeah. Darcodius, yeah, would just get rid of all the marks, and then I can't tell. 2, 4, 6. 2, 4, 6. Oh god, I can't tell. There's, I think, 7 cards in hand, so we'd maybe be burning 1. We'd be burning, I think, the Kennen, which is not great.
Yeah, would not be worth the losing of
I don't think
so much HP as well.
Right.
Need to continue to protect that resource because, I mean, we keep saying it. You win the long game in Floppy's shoes, so utilizing this 0 mana way to stop this first Ahri swing while you still hold on to 3 potential answers in hand. It's the pass because your cannon would go down to these marks. You actually are going to want to have a nice clean answer to get your sign-in out of there and replay him. So we are going to probably see just a recall on this one, the 1 mana recall.
Yeah, I would think so. A recall is a very yeah. The mana, you know, I think Floppy would want to be mana efficient, but the recall is a very valuable resource. Which is weird to say. A card that saw literal 0 play for the longest time is actually an extremely valuable resource now.
Oh, there's an additional mark that could have been played.
Oh,
yeah, I was gonna say it feels like you really want this sign-in back in hand. I would want to be replaying this. But that is understandable. There was another Mark of Storms that would have been able to answer that recall. So we are gonna see that last cannon for the level up, and there it goes.
Yeah, this is threatening to kill Ahri as well with the on attack. The mark if the first one goes onto the Ahri, which it does.
Makes sense, of course. Go to the Ahri.
Yep.
Try and deal with the Ahri number 1. You can actually get the kill. That's very big because normally they just keep getting recalled and cycled and all that, but you can actually pick up a kill on the Ahri.
And we did see one get used as a charm earlier, I believe. So unlikely that there's another one.
And there we go. Yeah, I was hoping that we would see Floppy go for the free recall and sign-in. You really want to replay it, I'm thinking, with this hand, you know? You need to try and get some more units, I think, is going to be the most important thing to find. So going to recall the sign-in. But Mark will be able to stop this recall. It goes on to the Ahri, which it does.
Sign-in still not dead, though.
Yep, sign-in stays alive. We'll need to find a way to get this back into hand at some point. Or, I mean, I guess you don't have to, as Floppy is going to keep naturally drawing if he can keep the stalemate going.
Oh, a little bit of a punish here. Not committing to that mark during combat is now is now the Ahri gets recalled at I guess unit speed. I don't even know what you would call that. Instantaneously.
I mean, it's still burst. Focus, actually. I guess units are focus speed.
Yeah. That makes sense. Well, kind of, because it's focus speed that
priority,
also passes back to your bread. I don't know.
Unit
it's its own
speed,
thing, I guess.
Sure, unit speed.
It sounds awful, but it makes sense.
Play speed. It's even worse, actually. His play effects actually end up being fast a lot of time.
That's true.
What's the word for it? Don't call Ruben.
I don't know. Well, yeah, because play speed would be like if there's a skill, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I mean, some of those are burst, some of those are fast, some of those are instant, like this one was.
Is it just unit speed? I don't know.
Don't call Ruben.
He's in the shroom room right now, watching the event.
All right, but Simon gets recalled, so Floppy does get that back. Does get to jam it, and there we go. We find a counter spell, and we find a Shadow Assassin.
Okay.
Shadow Assassin going to continue that draw train as well. And Floppy really wanting to draw cards at the moment. That is very important. Needs more elusives, actually, because currently in a lot of trouble. This open attack, very threatening. 5 elusives on board to 0 from Floppy. We're just going to see everything come in, and this is going to force a lot of spells out of Floppy Mudkip.
That's an interesting place to put Kennen. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. But this basically says I'm not going to stun the unit that's blocking Kennen. Because if Darcodius does, then the RE chain stops. So
Yeah.
I feel like Kennen wanted to be at the end, but I think it is of little consequence, but it is. I guess it doesn't want to be at the end because then Ari gets blocked. Yeah, second to last, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter.
All right, but Absolver just going to get played. Just gonna say I don't care about the Ari. We're gonna stun the sign in, go through with the Kennen. This is gonna present lethal.
Oh, okay.
And it does come down to casting this Homecoming. Darcodius feeling like they had to go all in, feeling the pressure.
Yeah.
This will be answered. I don't disagree with this inherently from Darcodius. However, this is a lot of mana, and Floppy's been holding a lot of these cards for a long time.
Right.
I think pretty easy to expect he's going to be able to answer, but Darcodius may be feeling like this was the time to go.
Yeah. I mean, Floppy's been holding on to those two Homecomings since almost the beginning of the game. I would imagine Darcodius is likely hand reading and just knows that. And like, you can play around the Homecomings forever, right? But they don't go away.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Eventually, you probably have to, force your opponents to have them at some point. Maybe they don't have them, but I think it's likely that Floppy does. But again, like, playing around it doesn't make the card go away. You can't. You don't get to say, "Hey, you have two Homecomings in hand," and your opponent goes, "Damn," and then discards them. That's not how it works. They go, "Okay."
Yeah, I don't think Darcodius expected to win there. I think it was, as you're saying, he's
forced the first one.
Forcing a lot of the countermeasures from Floppy to come out while there are not good answers. It actually forces Floppy to play a lot. He had to expend a Concussive Palm and a Homecoming on that turn just to stay alive. This wasn't to stop all the damage. He's down to 4. He lost a lot of HP.
Very true.
And Darcodius still has the advantage of the elusives on board.
Okay, we did hit Allegiance.
Yeah, where are these Gohards?
I was just gonna say, like, on the one hand, you have not put any extra Gohards in deck, but on the other hand, there are definitely 3 Gohards in your deck, and you haven't seen a single one yet.
All right. No marks in hand, so you can kind of go through with the Ari at this point.
Yep. We do, I think, want to use one of these. Yeah, we want to use this mark before combat because we're going to go up to 10 cards now, which does mean that you can, if you want to block Kennen, you can do so freely without feeling bad for giving Mudkip extra marks, as they are at 10 cards in hand. Part of me wishes that generated cards like that, like, could expand your hand size at least temporarily, but then part of me is like, I'm glad that doesn't happen.
So what you're saying is you would like to buff Ari Kennen, actually. You think it's not in a good enough place right now. Probably needs some buffs.
I want it to be better so that it definitely has to get nerfed into the ground, not just like little nerfs, right? Like, I don't want there to be any question. Right, we're burning cards. Mudkip's saying, I don't need these cards in play. They go away.
Yeah, trading blows as well. Darcodius down to 5. Floppy down to 4.
Yeah, but the distance between Mudkip presenting lethal and Darcodius presenting lethal is miles right now.
There we go, the recall to try and stop this mark, but you know there's a second one, so actually just looking to play an additional card here, knowing you're going to have to commit 2.
Okay.
Goes for the Lightning Rush face to reshuffle this second Kennen. If you find that other Kennen, I mean, that's a way to actually just win. We're going to see the Nopify chain start as we jump over to Darcodius' side. Floppy having a little bit of lag there.
Oh, how are we not watching Darcodius? He dressed up for Fight Night. We should have been watching him the whole time.
Wow, the deny on this second Nopify. Floppy really did not want to take that 2 damage. Would be putting them in a position to die. And now also, because of that, they're able to clear away that Kennen. They've effectively destroyed that additional Kennen.
Darcodius is going to be able to develop another elusive in the Mourned. Mudkip does have a little bit of breathing room to play that Shadow Assassin, though. Open attack.
Currently presents lethal. It does.
Okay.
But not going to open. Just going to start with a stun on an elusive.
Yep. Was it lethal? Could go block,
actually,
block,
no,
block, block.
The
Yeah,
Ari
it was only
still
pushing
block,
2. Yeah. Because Ari gains elusive, remember? Because why wouldn't she? I mean, you think about it. She takes off her hood, right? And then she becomes elusive.
I mean, it makes sense. She's just ulting. She's spirit rushing on you.
Okay, I don't know what her ult does, so that's probably...
She dashes a bunch.
Oh, like, okay. That makes sense.
Very mobile. Yeah. Goes from completely immobile to very mobile.
Okay.
But we do see swing coming in. Stun was stopped, so there are blocks available. It's not going to be a lethal swing.
And this is Floppy saying, I will trade 1-for-1 for the rest of the game because you have 2 cards in your hand and I've got a bunch and a sign-in. So every single trade I will take. Not to mention the fact that Mudkip has to take these trades to survive, but also just in general would be wanting to take these trades anyway.
Yeah, I'm curious. Darcodius didn't attack with the Kiku Wayfinder, which would have forced, I think, this other cannon to die. And I don't know if this is just because he wanted to have a target for the marks initially, or if he wants to hold on to this Wayfinder for something else, if it needs to be a defensive option.
I think it's part defense and part, like you mentioned, the marks. Like, you would rather, you don't want the situation to be Wayfinder is gone right now and there's just 2 marks in hand. It doesn't do Darcodius any favors, especially if he's looking to try to win. He needs to somehow keep a wide board. And like, this Wayfinder presents lethal on its own, right? Like, it is a lethal threat on its own. So keeping it around definitely makes sense. Darcodius at the end of 1-drops in the deck.
Yeah, at the end of cards in hand as well, just 2 counter spells.
Yeah.
Remaining. And sign in, of course, for Floppy that he's been able to cycle over and over again. That's been the big difference maker. Darcodius not finding a sign in. Floppy not finding go hard, which I don't know really how much that matters when you have your sign in. You get to keep spamming that down.
Yeah. It also looks like the players are using the in-game clock, which they don't need to. So hopefully they'll just remake and start their next game without the clock, because if they get timed out, it is just a waste of time, right? There's no timeout in Fight Night.
Yeah, I think I saw a chat message where there was like a bug.
Oh, okay.
And Croc was trying to get things to work, and I think this fixed whatever was happening. So they'll probably just refresh. Yeah, they'll probably refresh.
Hopefully, so we don't need to actually play out the set. You can just
chat, if you see that in the corner, don't just ignore it. It's not there. it's not there.
It's not. Well, it's not there, but I hope that, because they're in the future, right? What we're seeing. So hopefully they just refreshed the clock for their next game.
I'm sure they will. As we've got the deny being forced because this is Darcodius' last card.
Yeah.
And Floppy, I believe, has completely weathered the storm at this point.
Yeah.
Gets through all of Darcodius' cards.
Wow.
All of Darcodius' board. Timeout on the block. Oh, no.
Well, that is unfortunate.
There is a deny there. But that is going to be that game. I'm not sure what happened.
I didn't notice.
I did not see the moment in question for Darcodius there. But that is game 1, going to Floppy Mudkip.
Yeah.
Picking up the mirror match. That does mean that Floppy now just has the remaining deck of Nami TF. Are going to be running.
Yeah, and hilariously enough, the one of the differentiating cards, Go Hard, just didn't see it. Wasn't there. Didn't exist. Never saw it.
Sign in diff.
Sign in is certainly a big difference maker. And actually, Darcodius not running any sign-ins, which I think is that is definitely a distinctive choice. It looks
Floppy's playing 3.
Floppy playing 3, Darcodius playing 0. I mean, it's a very strong card, but I think Darcodius made a purposeful decision. The cards that he added look to be nopifies and denies. So there's 5 between the two, 3 nopifies and 2 denies, which to me feels like is more than we would normally be seeing.
I will say, in my opinion, and I know that this might come off as like our recency bias, we just watch sign in win, so therefore sign, but I genuinely think that card is it's wrong to not play it in this deck, and it's a common decision that people make to not play it. I'm actually looking here in Neomore, no sign in as well in his sunk cost version, right? So he cut sunk cost.
Why don't you just cut the sunk cost, man?
Here he cut sign in to play sunk cost. Anyways, I personally think that playing 0 sign in is wrong. Now, do you need to play 3 like Floppy? I don't know that you need to play 3. But I think that you should be playing minimum 1 copy of sign in your Kenanari. I think this card is just way too good to skip out. It
feels good. It feels really good. I can see a reasoning behind it, right? Like, it does cost 6 mana. A lot of times these games are a game of mana attrition, and even though you get a very, very strong effect, I mean the team buff, that doesn't really matter. Drawing 2 cards, yeah, that's great. The 3/5 body, that's pretty relevant as well. But if if you're looking to trim down on cards and become more mana efficient, obviously the 6 drop is probably the first thing to go, and I can see that's probably the thought process for Darcodius here. I don't hate it. I wouldn't play it, but I don't hate it.
I don't know. Maybe there's more of an argument for it when you're not expecting the mirror match either, though, because it is a bit of a mirror breaker as well. If you have sign in, your opponent doesn't. You just play for board parity until you're sign in. You start to gain advantages. I'm not sure. It's maybe a personal preference of mine. I know people disagree. And some do agree, right? Like, it seems like Floppy agrees that you should be playing sign in. He's playing 3. Like, I even think that might be more than you want to play, but he's playing 3 of them. I
threw 3 in mine.
My personal preference is that I really think that you should be playing some number of sign in.
Yeah. I also, I mean, players like Majin Bay, and I don't know if all of the Mastering Runeterra team is on this tech, but Majin Bay specifically cut Shadow Assassin, just not even wanting it. Went for sign-ins and other cards instead. Just said, you know what? I don't need to play 3 mana 2/1. I'm gonna play other cards instead.
Well, see, and if you're playing sign in, I think you don't need the Shadow Assassin as much, right?
Right.
Like that's
right.
Like that's a fair trade-off, right? Floppy 3 sign in 1 Shadow Assassin, right?
Yeah.
It's in there. You get another elusive that gives you a card. It's a body, it replaces itself. But that very easily could be 0 Shadow Assassins in Floppy's list as well.
Yeah. As we've been having this mini sign-in Ari Kennen podcast, we have gotten to round 5 here. Darcodius with a full board. Mudkip with a couple of Poros and a Ballistic Bot, which is a board I'm very familiar with, though not with this deck. I'm running the Rumble version.
Darcodius having the full board already, but the Poro Cannon will provide some level of blocking.
Yeah.
Mystic Shot. Cannon is savable with Cannon's Lightning Rush, but just going to let that Cannon go down.
Yep.
I have a second one on board already. Wanting to save that mana, probably to protect Ari. It's going to be my bet.
That was a big unlock for me when playing the deck, was that your Kennen is not all that valuable. Well, in some matchups it is, but your Kennen is not like the win con for the deck a lot of the time. It's definitely the other cards. I was so used to protecting the Kennen because of the Ezreal Kennen deck, where Kennen is very much an enabler for that deck. But in this deck, yeah, you can trade off your Kennens pretty liberally and be okay.
All right, there's the swing coming through. Ari going to send back the Wayfinder. Darcodius is going to be able to try and bring out the rest of the 1-drops.
Yeah.
Once these mourned trade off with the Poro Cannon as well, and we're just going to see Kennen. An attempt to take down the Kennen. Could go for the Lightning Rush on this one. You know your Ari's safe now, that there's only 2 mana remaining.
Mm-hmm.
Actually going to be able to protect a mourned. Going to be able to protect both mourned. And the Kennen. Reshuffle a Kennen as you bring back a Wayfinder.
Yeah.
So you're going to be able to replay the Wayfinder. Potentially just pull out this Kennen that you reshuffle. Really big swing for Darcodius. As far as tempo is concerned.
Oh, yeah.
Also just board presence in general still heavily on Darcodius' side. You get to jam the Wayfinder. Get more Kennens. There's
Nami. 1 away from leveling.
One short, so we'll have to cast a spell here. Oh, Flash of Brilliance.
Oh,
That'll
Flash
do it.
will do it.
There we go. The Poro is going to start getting buffed. But there are plenty of elusives to block it.
Yep. Not that, not... The buffing 1 Poro is not good. I mean, it's fine.
Well,
it's not amazing.
Sucks for it, yeah. There's
Yeah.
stuns and recalls and everything.
Yep.
Rough matchup for this deck, at least in that capacity, right? When you are just buffing up single Poro. A lot of other decks that you play against right now, it's going to be just fine, but there's an iterative. Give you an additional Poro. Start buffing.
Thinking of that, do you think we could bring back 2 mana Sparklefly, and in the Ari Kennen world, would it even matter?
Yeah, I mean that matchup would be really bad for the Sparklefly. Too many chumps,
right.
Too many recalls,
too many everything that counters. Like just bring it back, yeah. Right? Like I think.
Well,
I don't know.
I don't know if chat's gonna be on your side for that one. I don't know.
Well, it's like, you know, when you beat out an old bad guy, right? And then a new bad guy that's even worse comes back, and you have to find the old bad guy who's retired, who you killed and retired, and now you work together to fight them off. It's like you beat Bowser, then you need to befriend Bowser to beat, like, you know, Mecha Godzilla or something.
The Suicide Squad of LoR.
Yes. It's 2 mana Sparklefly.
It's like old fearsomes with Tekarim comes back.
Yes, actually, that deck would probably be pretty good against this one.
Old Sparklefly.
Ooh, chat saying bring back old Fiora. Ooh.
Yeah, you bring back old Fiora.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
That's like the Harley Quinn of that Suicide Suicide Squad.
That's the Alien versus Predator. No matter who wins, we lose. I don't know why the tagline of that movie sticks with me through all the years, but it certainly does. Oh, we're getting Aphelios. Call old Aphelios. I know somewhere Deech just got excited. He knows. He can tell. If people are talking about Aphelios, each gets a notification on his phone.
That's brutal.
Yeah, it's really, he's had to go through multiple phones, but it's magic, so it doesn't matter.
It's a rough wish to spend on your genie.
Yeah. I think my wish is just revert every change that's ever happened in the game. Like go back, like first draft for everything gets pushed out. Like we go back to the old precious pet from beta that was like a 1 mana, like when it comes into play, the next unit your opponent plays stunned. Like the super convoluted makes like it makes no sense to you have it be like that card. Burst speed glimpse. That one. 4/3 Draven, yes. Now there's a true hero in chat calling for old Draven. Can you believe that Draven was a 4/3 at one point?
Yeah, I mean it's wild. Draven's
He's a 3/2 now. A 3/2 dies to Mystic Shot.
Measly 3/2.
Every time a Draven gets hit by a Mystic Shot, I cry a little bit. Mostly because I'm playing the Draven a lot of time.
You should cry. That happens.
It actually, every time it happens, I contemplate replacing Draven with Riven in the Rumble deck. And I'm not 100% sure how wrong it is.
Am I crazy to have like almost rather Draven as a 2/3 than a 3/2?
Yes, Draven having more health than attack, that makes me sick to my stomach from a flavor standpoint.
I agree. But...
Oh man, would he be better though? Probably, which really makes me sad.
Poor Draven. Only in the meta for 90% of LoR's existence.
Yeah, and he was the coolest champion.
Gone too soon.
He's the sickest dude. He hangs out with the hottest guys at the mall, like
the freshest chicks.
Yeah, the freshest chicks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Draven's who everyone wants to be. Why would you not want Draven to be in the meta? Come on. What are you, a monster?
Draven does hang out with the hottest dudes and the freshest chicks. You're right.
It's true. He hangs out with himself, so Anyways, back to the match here. We've got Darcodius returning his whole hand back, including burning a Shadow Assassin here. Floppy Mudkip has been chipping away, just getting these elusives gigantic. Looks like the Nami is at least going to be threatened to go down here.
I mean, he's put forth quite the board that gets blocked easily by the Mourned. There are stuns available as well. There are more cannons to be jammed. But this buff is at least going to put one unit above the health threshold of the Mourn, just trading with it. And we're going to get an advanced intel.
Excuse me?
Coming through.
Oh, that's got to be a Burblefish card, right? Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's some flash
no
bombs
idea what
now.
that card
Wait
is.
a minute. Because you have to pre-play the Mourned. Wait a minute.
Okay.
There's some shenanigans possible. There's a couple shenanigans available, Blev.
All right. We have a, 2 in, 17 chance to hit one, and then a 1 in 4. I guess actually a 2 in 4 if he plays both the Morns.
There are some shenanigans available. Of course, this is going to at least be one Poro back to hand. This is going to be Kennen coming down, killing this other Poro, and then both the Mourn getting jammed.
Let me real quick. I'm gonna Morse code Ruben in the shroom room.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
There we go. We've got the call in. We need the flash bombs.
Yep, and all of this is just, by the way, Blev, all this hype is just so that maybe Floppy can push a little bit of damage. It's not even like he kills you. It's just he gets to push a little bit.
I didn't get it in time. I didn't get the shroom room request in time.
Also, do you even know Morse code? So
no, I just did it.
Yeah,
also, this match happened. This match happened 5 minutes ago in our time. So
yeah. I mean, I think the problem was probably just your Morse code, though. I mean, that's probably
true. Here. It's like dots and dashes. I never once tried to understand it. I think no, never. I feel like maybe when I was learning binary, there's some sort of like Morse code, like word puzzle. I don't know. Word problem. Man, anybody remember word problems in school? Type a 1 in chat if you miss doing word problems in math
nobody
class.
misses it. They just play Wordle now. They just, everybody still does.
What? I thought Wordle was like I thought it was like a Yordle, but like something that from Bandle City, but I guess not.
Wordle captain.
Wordle captain, yeah. All right, Mudkip going to throw in the towel.
Yeah. Darcodius picks up that one. The Ari Cannons both grab their wins as anticipated, and we're going to move on to the additional decks getting to play against each other.
Yeah. I think someone in chat suggested that the new Fight Night format should be one deck, no bans, but both players also, like, you bring 2 decks, but both players, the second deck is always Ari Kennen, and then you just get like the mirror, someone wins it, and then whoever doesn't win the mirror, they win with Ari Kennen the next time. And it's just 1v1 with 2 decks, like, or with 1 deck each. So you just cancel out the Ari Kennens and go from there.
Don't say Fight Night and going to 1 deck in the same sentence, bud. Okay, like I'm gonna get.
Well, it's not 1 deck; it's 2 decks.
We're gonna get emails from Nick Makes Plays, and I don't know who else likes 1 deck.
No, it's 2 decks. Smile.
Smile.
All right, we've got the scouts somewhere in the UK. Caster Gems is shedding a single tier of approval for Darcodius.
Yeah, I'm just gonna swing in. Allow Floppy to take the trade onto the sparring student if he wants it. Just feel like would be happier having the challenger target still alive, but kind of either way it works out for Darcodius.
Yeah, I think Darcodius wants to get the damage through, and probably didn't want, like, if the challenger was the unit that he wanted to have blocked, then he obviously would have pulled. But the way that he attacked at least gave Mudkip the option to make a mistake or, block a unit that Darcodius would rather have Mudkip block. But at the end of the day, it ended up just being the same.
Yeah, you have to attack with everything, or else it's just a guaranteed block onto the sparring student. But if you do pull, guarantees that block. End of the day, it's kind of hard to say whether or not it was fully correct, but at least I understand the thought process there from Darcodius. Gonna swing in now, get the first MF trigger. Didn't get to use the scout because of that red card.
Yep.
We're gonna start seeing these ignitions chain, get some buffs, set these bots up to be better blockers in the future. You play 2 this time, and then the one of the bots actually blocks out this Badger Bear just fine.
Yeah, bigger bots are better at blocking Badger Bear for sure. There's
true.
my one rap god per fight night. But we're gonna get Quinn. We've got. I mean, this is how you play scouts, right? Play champions, win game. That's scouts in a nutshell, right?
There's Mystic onto MF, so now just gonna be on the Quinn game plan for a second. The second misfortune will come down though on this attack token, so you can go MF into the scout attacks, start to ramp up once again, probably be able to get 2 triggers on this turn. On both champions.
Right. We can get attack here, push damage with MF trigger. We get a free eat on the 4/1 bot, and then we can play 2 3/3s as well, which is pretty good.
Yeah, it will be a very solid second attack. It's actually this Valor eats both bots, so Floppy's gonna need to deal with Valor. We're gonna see Mystic. Okay, just double Mystic on the MF instead. So that's all 3 Mystic shots, and that does also stop the Valor from dealing with both of them. So that is another important note. But you can still go with Quinn.
Yep.
Now, this is still going to allow the double butcher play. It's going to be a big swing to follow up.
I wonder, it's probably better to play the Mirai Warden, I think. And if you're going to play the Mirai Warden, I think you should have played it first, because if you got a sparring student, you'd want it to get the buff.
Okay, but that's still a good hit. Gets
yeah,
the
I mean, that's a
rear guard.
It's a My Tree Warden, I think.
Bit of a My Tree Warden. And there's Nami. Not going to be a great blocker here, but can block the Warden at the very least. And you can block the Batter Bear, but that does leave Quinn as a 3/5 with 2 ticks, which is terrifying. It also leaves Floppy at 1 health. So
yeah.
Tough place to be. Unleveled Nami. Only 8 mana.
That's a misfortune.
And 3rd MF. So Darcodius really, really popping off here.
Draw, champions, win, game, scouts activated. We need a get excited just to not die to the open attack.
I think Darcodius hit the shroom room with the O-Cage business here. As he's been able to pay Ruben for a couple MF draws in this game.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, the flow does allow Mudkip to survive the open attack. Well, to survive the MF trigger on the open attack. The open attack is definitely threatening lethal right now. Okay. An extra trigger.
And just go for the full swing.
Now,
should be able to push 3 damage.
I would imagine that this is almost certainly lethal, and it is. Yeah. But if it wasn't, all of a sudden, Darcodius is probably dead on the crackback. Like,
yep, that's true. But I think very unlikely that you can actually find a way, especially with all 3 Mystics gone, to be able to survive on that swing. It probably was impossible. I imagine that Darcodius calculated that out before going for that swing, because, you know, that play had plenty of options for him to
did it though?
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I think this is probably
I guess you could have played
impossible or extremely unlikely. Actually,
unlikely has been called.
It was impossible. I just opened the deck again. I had closed it, but, you know, there's nothing. There's nothing.
Didn't matter. Didn't have it. Drew champions. That's it. That's going to be Darcodius.
Darcodius hits him with the O-Cage business. Finds the victory. 2-1 over Floppy Mudkip.
Yep. Which is almost as good as his record against me on ladder, just gatekeeping Diamond 3 players from getting into Masters. So good.
But that is Darcodius moving on to the winner's bracket final, where he will face off against maybe next time, who was able to take down Neomore, barely able to overcome the sunk cost in round number 2. But we'll see if Neomore can run it back through the lower bracket. Same with Floppy Mudkip. Now, Fight Night Legends will return in just a moment. We're going to go to a short break, but winner's bracket final, Darcodius versus maybe next time when we return. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, presented by Wisdom and sponsored by Medify. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins, and we are jumping on into the winners bracket final in just a moment here between Darcodius and maybe next time. Blev, what are you looking forward to in this matchup? We got Darcodius, we got maybe next time, we got a little Ari Kennen, and we got some scouts. You know, we got some scouts hanging out, vibing. Karina.
Yep. Yeah, this is, I mean, we've got two different flavors of Ari Kennen again facing off against each other, which, I mean, maybe we can just sort of cross these out and say they cancel out each other, but maybe not, because I think, well, interestingly enough, I think both of these players have gone the route of, we'll bring an Ari Kennen deck, as we see here. This is maybe next times with the Might. Pretty standard list here, though. This is the 3 sign-in, no Godwillow Seedling version, no Shadow Assassin either, so this may be a variant on the Mastering Runeterra version that we've or the Majin Bay variant that I've been seeing kicking around here. No Shadow Assassins, no Godwillow Seedlings, 3 sign-ins. But both players' second decks, you know, maybe next time with the Elise Kindred Karina deck, and of course Darcodius with that Scouts deck. I think both of those decks are targeting the Ari Kennen of the opponent. So, I mean, if you can get a win with your second deck over Ari Kennen, all of a sudden, you know, that can be really strong.
Yeah, being able to pick up a win over Ari Kennen at any time is going to be a massive boon for any player here, because you're running into essentially Ari Kennen every single round, at least for the most part. But taking a look at that Karina list, you know, seeing the Kindred coming back in a winners final, something that we have maybe never seen, but are getting it
probably
now with
not.
The buffs to Kindred. I mean, technically a change, but we're gonna call it a buff because it's a buff.
Yeah, it's a buff.
And the buffs to Vengeance as well, being impactful for these Shadow Isles lists to make a return. Shadow Isles was very, what was it, last seasonal or the one before, where there was just like 3 SI decks? I'm trying to remember the stats.
There was not a lot. It was
there was
very,
one where
very
SI
few.
was just not even there. And SI's kind of been missing. It's been a splash region. It's been not really showing up in the most recent metas. And that's kind of crazy to think about with the dominance that this region has had across the history of LoR. Yeah. And so the fact that we are now seeing some buffs to compensate when maybe every other patch in LoR's history has only ever featured nerfs to Shadow Isles when it shows up in the notes. The fact that we're actually seeing some balance changes that are improving this region instead of nerfing it is something of note that I think people maybe don't talk about or think about, because yeah, we haven't really had much Shadow Isles discourse in a bit of time.
Yeah, we certainly haven't, but we're going to start off not with the mirror, where it's going to be the Ari Kennen versus maybe next time's Karina deck. And interestingly, I may have spoken too soon, because I'm thinking about this now, and if we do the Ari Kennen mirror, one player wins, one player loses, and then the player who lost wins the next game with the Ari Kennen, just saying, you know what, Ari Kennen's unbeatable. You flip a coin for the first one, and you'll win your Ari Kennen match in the second game. That would mean game 3 is Scouts versus Karina control, which in my mind heavily favors the Karina control deck, because your deck is nothing but removal, and that's it. It's just removal spells, which seems to would be pretty good against Scouts in general. So maybe next time should have led with the Ari Kennen. I don't know. It probably doesn't matter at the end of the day, but I think lining up that matchup could have been beneficial.
There's just the swing, though, getting the 1 damage, huge chip coming through from the Sentinel. Gonna trade the 1 damage back and forth, and now Darcodius deciding to opt to not pull back the droplet just yet, wants to bank that spell mana. Make sure that Deny is up and available later on, and maybe next time. Going to try and push some additional damage by going for the Vile Feast on top of this. If there's a Nopify, I'm sure Darcodius would love to go for that, but denying this feels very tough. and
feels weak for
not
sure.
gonna go for that.
Yeah, and a lot of times the droplet, as innocuous as it may seem, is really the fuel to get from the early game into the mid and late game and keep you up, keep Darcodius up with enough resources, right? I mean, obviously we could see another droplet pulled from the Wayfinder, but like it's very mana intensive.
Yeah, goes for the Mourned instead of just dropping the Wayfinder. Keeps up Deny, I think, is the important note. You want to protect this Ahri. So that's the big reason for that. Just going to take the 1 mana advantage off of playing the Mourned. Not going to go for any swings. And now Elise comes down, and the Fearsomes just can't be dealt with by what Ahri Kennen does. So we're just going to see these come through. I mean, that's 5 damage. That is going to hit Darcodius. He's lost almost half his life at this point.
Yeah. Fearsome, definitely a good spot against the Ahri Kennen deck. I mean, the crackback for Darcodius is not good, right? Like, the denies are there, sure, but those don't do anything against units. And then the homecoming happens, but it's clunky. It's right now, like, what are you going to homecoming? An Elise, maybe? Who cares?
Yeah, I mean, you just replay the Elise. It doesn't really matter. If you're homecoming the 1-drop to get rid of the buff, I mean, that's not doing you any favors either.
None of it's good.
So this early game offensive out of just Elise and 1 Sentinel is pretty much enough to take control so far. But Darcodius does have a lot of elusives for this crackback. However, the Mourns, of course, are going to go back to hand afterwards. Will have to be replayed. Darcodius has the mana for it, so not really that big of a detriment to be replaying those.
I feel like this this attack is saying whale? I will use a whale would be brutal, but
yeah,
this attack says, wait, why would you not? I would have liked the block onto Ahri there if you're going to use that. Use the Vile Feast. I mean, we've already repped not having Nopify. Obviously, Darcodius has had, what, 2 draws since then to draw another one? So we're having a little bit of connection issue.
Connection.
Yeah, he needs to upgrade.
Conference room, internet. Hey, I know it.
Because, like, if the block comes out for maybe next time, and now maybe they're playing around a drawn either like Nopify or Twin Disciplines, but if the block comes out, then all of a sudden now Darcodius has to use a deny to stop the Mystic Shot, or else the Ahri also dies. I might be getting a little tunnel vision from having caster vision of Darcodius's hand, but
yeah, there's got to be concern on Twin, right? I mean, if Twin just comes out from the Ahri, you're now losing your threat, right? Your threat is this 3/3 fearsome. You're pushing your opponent down to 6. I mean, there can just be burn. Like, Darcodius can be dead right now. We know he's not. He has 2 denies, right? But like, this is maybe next time putting that pressure on.
Right.
Homecoming even being considered. You just need to delay the damage. And then here's the thought. It's like, am I casting this on a 1-drop? Am I honestly casting this Homecoming on a 1-drop right now? And the answer is very likely yes.
Yeah. Wants to bounce the Conspirator, I suppose, to save health on it, so it doesn't die to Vile Feast and Whale. That's reasonable. If you bounce the Wayfinder, you can then use the Wayfinder to bounce the... Or sorry, if you bounce the Conspirator, you can then use the Conspirator to bounce the Wayfinder, if that's where you wanted to go, if that's the direction you wanted to go.
It's a solid thought process. I think that's exactly what the mind of Darcodius is saying as well, right? Is just get this additional trigger for Ahri, like you just said, and protect the HP while still achieving the result of pulling back this Wayfinder after the fact. One drop gets to come back down in response to the 4-mana Homecoming. Feels very good for maybe next time. Now, of course, it's just a 1 damage fearsome now, but I think it's likely that they can find another Slay.
Yeah, and Darcodius not playing the Conspirator. Okay, just gonna go for the Godwill Seedling. Say, let's take the Seedling when we can. Full board, effectively full board from well, I guess effectively not a full board, but actually a full board from Darcodius. There's the Withering Wail.
Yeah, that's it. I mean,
that's a snap deny.
Yep. Second deny is available, which is very important considering 6 mana remains for maybe next time.
Mm-hmm.
The scary thing though for Darcodius is now any other mana expenditure on this turn taps him out of deny.
Right. Which is certainly not ideal, but also not really compelled to spend more mana this turn.
Yeah, this turn is just going to be an Ahri swing.
Yeah, all these 1-drops, they become 0 drops.
This is actually very solid for Darcodius in the event of Vengeance being the card. Maybe next time he's holding.
Really hoping it's Vengeance, honestly. This Mark of the Storm wants to come out to open up hand space. For sure. It's just deciding where it actually wants to go. The best card here, or maybe next time, I think would probably be the box, which still does get denied, but it at least leaves 2 additional mana. If it's like the box and 3rd Vile Feast, you're starting to
Second Whale. I mean, that's probably gonna
that's still pretty good for still quite good for Darcodius here.
Yeah,
puts opponent to 3, refill your hand.
The only saving grace here is for maybe next time is this is potentially the last deny that you're going to be seeing. I'm trying to remember.
It is. There's only 2.
Right? Yeah, he's
2 deny, 3 nopify.
Yeah, that's what it was. Okay, so it is the last deny that you are going to see, which means that your Vengeance will connect, but Vengeance is still a 6-mana spell, and now Ahri is not your only threat since you're down to 3 HP.
We also had the possibility, with no deny, good old-fashioned Karina Varazza can come out.
That's true.
And you can't deny if there's no deny, so that will resolve.
Sets
Board
up a
likely.
Potential win at fast speed on the following turn.
I mean, could just be play Karina, wipe board, attack, kill. I mean, obviously Darcodius has more units to play, but yeah. There are also 2 atrocities, which can be countered by something like Homecoming as well, but there it is, the Karina. And if Karina hits at least 1, then already atrocity is online, and it's basically, it would be Homecoming or bust. We've already seen 1 Homecoming. There is 2 additional. That's gonna be for 4. Ahri goes down.
Ahri gone. Gonna have to put forth the blockers. Kinku Wayfinder. Gonna pull the Kennons. Or at least 1 Kennon. There's the level up from Kennon. That does put Kennon's spell in hand as well.
Sure.
But that's only 2. You need 3 damage to find the win.
None of this goes through none of this goes outspeeds atrocity, I don't think. I think the only thing that outspeeds atrocity is
Whoa.
Okay. I think Atrocity off the top was still an out there, even if they didn't have it in hand. Bouncing Cannon. No, Atrocity still would have.
Am I missing something?
I think Atrocity was still an out there, right? Right, chat. Anyone was there? Were we missing lethal somewhere? I don't think so. You can't mark the storm the opponent's nexus, right?
I'm lost, Blev.
I mean, I don't have anything.
We're
getting Keckheimers and
deals 2. We still had 1 HP.
1 HP. Yeah, I honestly think it was like Atrocity was definitely an out there for sure. So no, next turn elusive lethal, but Atro, then second Cannon spell with second was Willow coming back? Was Willow if God Willow Seedling was coming off of if God Will Seedling was popping there, then that would have been lethal, I suppose.
Yeah, because you pull the cannon back that you just shuffled, and you have another spell. So I guess if maybe next time has no cards in hand that can kill Darcodius, then he knows that Darcodius is getting another cannon.
Right.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
But I don't know.
He must have had no way out for lethal. He must have had no way out for lethal, and Darcodius is getting his second cannon back.
Chad is saying Willow was on countdown too. That's what my thought was too. But either way, we're into game number 2. Darcodius up a game, got the win with the Ari Cannon, as is expected. I think pretty much always. Now this is the matchup. I was thinking. I would think that this would be favored for maybe next time, but I could be wrong. I mean, we've traditionally seen these rally effects really be able to punish these control decks with the pressure plus. Just being able to put on, being able to apply so much pressure their mana, and then get these attacks out of nowhere and just end the game.
All right. Different look to the last time we saw Darcodius playing this deck. More spell heavy, less misfortune heavy. Still has 1 though.
Okay.
Start with double Sentinel this time. So if we see a removal comes soon, that is going to be a big board for maybe next time.
Okay, Chad is saying that the there was a known Wayfinder in hand with the Cannon in play that would have.
Yes.
But what if there was a?
Basically.
What if there was an Absolver on top?
Us not knowing maybe next time's hand, I think, made it look a lot weirder than it probably was. Maybe next time's hand was probably just completely atrocious.
It didn't matter what was in his hand. He still could have seen the draw to see if he draws Atrocity and opponent misses. If opponent misses Wayfinder,
that's true.
And maybe next time draws Atrocity, that's lethal. It doesn't matter what's in his hand. Or it at least threatens lethal.
That is fair.
That's all I got.
There could have been an Absolver on top, and that would have been bad. Yeah. Yeah. Play to your outs. Play to your outs, kids.
That's all I got.
All right. There's a box getting played, and that will be the Slay. It's unstoppable for Darcodius, and that does mean we are getting this strong board from maybe next time.
Yeah.
Start to defend a little bit here.
Buru Sentinel, it's like it's an inverse Bull Elnuck. I mean, you can't really ask for much more, especially for 3 mana and fearsome. Okay, Monte Cristo saying if he opens God Willow. But the problem is maybe next time doesn't know that Darcodius has the God Willow in hand. No, I stand by it. I'm locking in my answer, Chad. I think I'm right. I mean, it might not have mattered, but what I'm saying is that maybe next time didn't know that it didn't matter. That's all I'm saying.
Saving time on clock is a good meme.
Yes. Saving time on clock, yes. There we go. Yep, saving time. I mean, who was it?
No,
it was
the quote. It was the quote that I referenced last time. Not saving time on clock in the tournament because it doesn't matter, but saving time on clock on this Earth.
Yes, that was
saving time on the planet.
Yeah, it was LSV during a Magic Pro Tour. It's like there's EV for the game and there's EV for your life. Yeah. EV on Earth.
Saving time on Earth.
Okay.
All right. Back to the match, though. Back to the match. We have the double sentinel on maybe next time's side, but now we have developed misfortune.
Yeah, double sentinel is it stems the bleeding. We can well, actually we can't even get any. Well, we could trade a our 3/3 here for the 2/1. 5/1 can gain 3. Misfortune on 2 ticks. We could, if the 2/1 is not traded, then rally next turn is threatening misfortune level up.
Wow.
All right.
Just no block. I mean, understandable. The blocks did not look great.
Right.
Falling very low, though. And you start to have to worry a little bit about the MF chip damage, but there is healing in this deck. So 5 HP is not, you know, it's not, we're not to that point yet, right? We're not too scared. And realistically, there should be an answer to kill this MF in this deck soon enough. You're in 9 mana. You're in 6 cards.
Right.
Gotta be something.
Opponent is also running a lot of stuff that could stop that. I'm gonna open with the Bright Steel Protector. I like this open. That lowers the number of cards that could be in maybe next time's hand to stop this rally. Yeah. Also, you don't need to stop the rally. You can Darcodius, if presented the option, can just say, I'm gonna use a rally by taking my turn. Yeah. That also works.
Yep, just leaving passes is a way that you can get there. There's a Vile Feast.
All right.
Just to turn on the Kindred, so we're just gonna see way to stomp that with the Ranger's Resolve.
Yeah, I think in general, well, you want to save your scout anyway. I really like just get your value. Yeah, get your value off of a Ranger's Resolve if and when you can. Now we need to Vengeance the Misfortune, or we would need like 2 Get Exciteds.
Yeah, I mean, Vengeance is just kind of needed here.
Yeah,
it's pretty important, but it feels like it's not there. I mean, it would have been fired off already on the MF. So there's. I have to imagine
it would have been fired off if it was there.
I mean, that probably just means game, because this means that we're getting a leveled MF.
4/1 and then open attack. Yeah, I mean, MF procs alone are threatening lethal.
Yeah, if you could not kill the MF prior to this attack, this is probably just curtains.
Right.
And Darcodius even has access to Sharp Sight to protect against other spellcasts and to pump up the MF further if she's definitely not dying for any reason, which at this point, I mean, I am of the assumption that your MF is never dying. If I'm in Darcodius' shoes, like this is like a, I feel real good about that one.
If you didn't see that Vengeance come out, the grand finals are already in Darcodius' sights, and
there they are.
Maybe next time, gonna send him right there, Darcodius. Gonna take it down 2-0 against maybe next time, and will be ascending to the grand finals, and will be ascending and getting an invite next fight night.
Yeah, earning that spot in next week's fight night already, and just going to be waiting patiently for their matchup to see who comes from the losers bracket. Will it be maybe next time getting another shot at Darcodius, or will someone else be able to fight their way through that lower bracket and get a chance? I mean, Darcodius playing very solid Runeterra right now, sitting at the top of the bracket, and doing it in style. Is gonna send off one more O-Cage business there to get a first place if he can manage it.
I will say I don't know that we've had anyone else dress up for fight night that I can recall, at least. I don't think so. I don't think we've had anyone like dress up like.
No, the only thing that comes to mind is when you got Shadow Realmed and Blevins 2 showed up and Topher ran and grabbed a blazer from the other room and came back.
Well, we used to blazer it up.
Yeah,
we used to blazer it up for fight night. We've gotten lax in our old age.
I blame COVID.
Yep. That's my excuse too. Yep.
Yep. Anyways, I think Darcodius with the business suit. One of the few times we've had someone dress up. The O-Cage business. It does look like he's playing from a boardroom. It's great. I love it. It's fantastic. But yeah, I mean, we're jumping in with a lower bracket match here. It looks like it's gonna be Floppy and Jaytamunda. And Floppy is currently leading 1-0. Looks like this is Jaytamunda playing Darkness into Floppy playing that TF Nami.
Darkness is a deck that's kind of flown under the radar since the new patch. It really didn't get any changes, except for Vengeance being 6 mana, I suppose. But pretty much old deck. But it's a good deck. Like, the deck is very strong, especially if you have a player who knows how to pilot it. I played a lot. I've played a lot of Darkness over the pretty much since it came out, and it is a deck I consistently find myself going back to and performing quite well with it.
Double Catalyzer for Jaytamunda is a scary sight to behold on an attack token.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly want a way to stop this, but really Gold Card can stop one, and might be the only play that Floppy really has available, at least to try and slow down the train of those Darkness becoming so powerful.
It would take... See, this is very interesting. It would take all of my power not to just send the open attack there. I can't imagine not doing that as myself, but I definitely trust Jaytamunda's call over mine. Granted, it ends up paying off. I mean, Jaytamunda's going to be able to now attack with an additional 3/4. Both of the catalyzers are going to hit. There's not anything that Mudkip can do to stop that. One is going to survive here.
Yeah, I mean, the way Mudkip wins here, though, because, you know, he's playing TF, he's going to actually just play a couple spells, Jam Burble. He's going to hit 1 cost Rummage. It's going to revert back to the old one.
Oh, yes.
Use that on stress testing and level up TF. I've seen this before.
We did. We saw it in the second seasonal?
Yeah.
With Majin Bay.
Yeah, Majin's win. But no, and we do still have other forms of draw, and this TF is already at 5 of 9 with that draw.
Yeah.
So if he does find the Rummage actually off the top deck, I mean, he's just about there on the level up. We'll have to dodge some removal from Jaytamunda for a little bit here. But there's not a lot of great direct removal onto the TF. Group shot does not work here because there's not enough people. You would need to play, you know, Vial plus Pokey, or 2 Pokeys or 2 Vials, something of that nature to get through the TF. And, well, that might be what we're looking at right here. There's a Pokey, and there's a group shot. So, gonna cast 2.
Yeah. So could have generated a darkness somehow as well.
Yeah, I mean, generated darkness to try and remove it, but at least in hand at fast speed, right? To try and get it done right now. There's actually just not a way to do it other than casting 2 spells. It is a funny package of removal. It's very much for dealing 1 damage. We're looking at Withering Wails, Vile Feast, Pokey Sticks, and Group Shots. There's a single copy of the box, which of course would not have been relevant on this turn either. And I'm not counting Minimorph in this because I think that is not a great form of removal, but it could have been used in a pinch if the TF got even closer.
Catalyzer. This is, well, I mean, here's the thing. All of this is exactly what you want to be seeing if you're J-Tamunda. You're getting all of these procs on Catalyzer. Granted, this one is not going to get through. Likely not going to get through. We could stress testing it to get another proc, but we've got Darkness at, I believe, 4 right now. Unless there was a proc before we came into the game, which is amazing. 4 is a very... Even 3 is a very strong breakpoint, but 4 even more so, is obviously leveled Nami is 4 health. But none of that matters if there's no darkness generator, right? Like, we don't see one yet. And, of course, as I say that, there's Vhagar. And it's at 5. Okay, we did miss one. All right. The flash to just get procs for Burblefish. Let's get another Burblefish. How about an advanced intel as well? We've got a 10-5 Burble.
Yeah, that's a big boy. Big old Burble.
Yeah. And it doesn't take that much. I was gonna say, are we gonna be at 8 mana? Could we see the give it all win here?
Well, the next darkness generated will actually be able to just deal with this Burble.
Yep.
We'll be dealing 5.
Oh, there's the rummage.
Get that additional buff there from the Vhagar, but
wait, Floppy is keeping the give it all over the scrap shot. Interesting. Wait a second.
I mean,
no way, right?
Most of J-Tamunda's removal is at slow speed, so there is potential opportunity to actually cast the spell. So maybe Floppy is just looking for a potential way to find the lethal off of Give It All. I mean, I think it makes sense to look for that lethal. There isn't good interaction in this deck to stop it, right? It's Minimorph as the best answer. And I think Floppy is understanding his position in this game. And something like Give It All is a possible thing to do.
Oh, Minimorph is crucial,
Minimorph, right? So,
as with the Get Excited, that actually would have been attacking for lethal, or would have been threatening lethal with the Get Excited.
Okay, there's 5 damage in hand. The Give It All no longer good, right? It was,
right.
There was potential for it to work out. It was very much a fringe case, but I can understand the keep. Just gonna take the damage, go down at 2-3. I mean, is there anything else we can find off of Flash that is gonna make a difference here?
Mind Meld, maybe. That's a card that you could get, right?
I believe so.
Mind Meld is my vote.
Yeah. Yeah, that can get there. Okay, but that's
lethal.
That is Ishtali. And that means Floppy's dead?
Dead. Yeah.
Yeah.
7 to face.
Okay. Yeah. There we go.
Killing Vagar doesn't do anything.
Yep, because the Stali
Just want to
always
draw an
needs to
extra
go first.
card.
There we go.
Yep.
So we're going to a game 3. Darkness able to pick up the win. Giantamunda also going to be on a Kenanari. So we are going to be getting that matchup coming through. And this matchup we saw earlier didn't look so great for Floppy. Playing the Nami into the Kenanari. Too many recalls.
Yeah.
The elusive seems a little bit tough. Needed to win that matchup against Darkness. And so this is going to look like a pretty uphill battle, I believe, going into the Ari Kennen matchup. But Floppy, you know, still brought this deck knowing full well that this could be the case.
Yeah, it definitely, I mean, it's definitely going to be an uphill battle. I mean, you never really want to play against the Ari Kennen with any of these decks. I think, I mean, having a deck, Twisted Fate should theoretically be quite good against Ari Kennen in general, but it just doesn't seem to line up a lot of the time, especially when your opponent is expecting it. It's just not as effective as you really need it to be.
All right. TF in hand again, Ballistic Bot. Stress testing with the Poro Cannon is going to be solid, but no Nami just yet.
Yeah, and like all this is good. I mean, maybe we could get a leveled up Twisted Fate, but Ballistic Bot is fine. The Poro Cannons are good at blocking, but like, what does any of this do to actually interact with what Ari Kennen is doing? That's the problem a lot of the time. Like, a lot of the power of this deck comes from being able to buff up these units, and if you buff up the units, that's great, but then you get homecominged, or you know, you just get stopped. It's not great. We'll see. I mean, Mudkip, if it can be done, Mudkip is one to do it for sure.
Already a wide board being formed by Giantamunda. Set up for the card draw through the droplet. Top of that with this Ari. Floppy just going to take the 2 damage, get the chip in. Going to turn 4, so has the TF potentially. Can look to go for a TF level up. That could be a way to win the game, right? We do have a pick a card in hand alongside the TF, alongside a Poro Cannon with the stress testing. Looks like we might even immediately just see that pick a card be played. That likely means we will get blue card TF on this turn as well.
Yeah, Mudkip may just be setting up to, or conceding the fact that, hey, I have to level up Twisted Fate. Because if you level up Twisted Fate, then all of a sudden you've got consistent interaction, right? Like, you can, I mean, the red card and gold cards are quite good. It's just that one of them on one turn for 4 mana is generally not good enough. That's another pick a card. Hold on. How close are we to leveling up here?
I mean, we are very close.
We're at 1 now. We're already drawing
with
3,
you drawing that many cards. I mean, if you
4,
don't hit
5, 6.
Like, if you don't
we're
hit,
gonna be on
it's unlucky.
6.
Because, I mean, he's got to find, like, a rummage or something in this, right? Like, in this
2,
many drawn
3,
cards.
4, 5.
Nothing.
6 of 9.
He gets to draw 1 more here with stress testing to try and find outs.
Yeah, we do have stress testing. The problem is like, it's putting a lot of eggs in this basket, because you might need to just
tricks as well.
Oh, okay. Time trick.
Yeah.
Wait, that's just it?
So you can
2 time tricks. Time trick, stress testing. That's it. Okay. So we're on leveled Twisted Fate. Though
you're sacrificing quite a few cards here, but
yeah, you'll get them back.
You gotta go for it. You could rummage them away, by taking this draw.
That feels at least a little bit better. Granted, is that one of those Namis is real, which is nice.
Goes for the Burble instead.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna play the other time trick. I mean, you already had the way to get the level up, so
yeah, Burble feels better for sure. Gonna hit skip.
Yeah,
looks like. Well, Flash is fine too.
Yeah, if you want to try and find the way to level your Nami, it's gonna be your best way.
Okay. This Fate leveled up. Start with a Daring Poro.
All right, so you get to blue card. You get to play another Burble. You get to play 2 Burbles, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're getting all the cards this turn. And we've even got, we've got Burst Speed card with Poro Cannon. We might even use the Poro Cannon this turn just to get value out of one of these fleeting cards.
Yeah, it might be worthwhile.
Might be like fleeting Burble.
Decision ends up just being like value from the fleeting card or the ability to play a 0 mana burst TF card on a future turn. But it might be worth the value.
And this is not a scenario I have been in or seen. The Ari Kennen Menace versus a leveled up Twisted Fate.
Yeah, it feels like leveled TF is a very good matchup into this, just like the constant red card pressure. And the only thing that this deck does is send him back to hand, so Floppy can just replay him.
Yeah, unless if we have Charm, if we have Ari's Charm, we could pull pull true. TF, but even then, right now you would have to pull with the 5/2 is going to die, so technically there's not actually a unit big enough to kill the Twisted Fate. I guess you likely, if you have a unit that's big enough to kill the Twisted Fate, it's going to get hit by the yellow card, which means you better hope that Mudkip doesn't have 3 cards to play in response to stun the strongest unit. Okay, gonna just take the card now, or the get the Poro Cannon out now. And again, we have a real Ari. We have a real Nami. One of the Namis is fleeting, the other one is real, so we're gonna be able to play that next turn as Mudkip and start actually pumping this board and getting somewhere.
Yeah, that flash is also gonna allow for the Nami to level up. She's 6 of 8.
Mm-hmm. Even just playing Nami will level her up because it'll be Nami Attune plus blue card.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, the blue card gets there. That's right. That's a good point.
Jay Tamunda looking to draw some cards.
Yeah, so Nami, that just gets the level up once this resolves. Then you can cast the flash for free with your spell mana, just as a buff for Nami to play.
Yeah.
Shelly picked up as well. That's going to be good with the wide board.
Yeah.
Once we get there.
Leveled Nami, leveled TF, Shelly. You don't need much else after that. I feel like Jay Tamunda's best shot is Mudkip decking out, maybe?
Really, really well set up by Mudkip.
Oh,
Get in this position. All starts in the mulligan, trying to get there, trying to have the TF, trying to have the pick a card. This is why he brought the deck, it seems like. I was struggling. It felt like this deck was having a rough time in the matchup, but
right.
I think it is looking for that leveled TF is really just your answer.
Okay, this is...
You can go through both cards, and then you just replay TF next turn.
Yeah. Well, this is interesting. It opens up a bit of a window for Jaytamunda here, potentially. Granted, I don't know how useful that window is. Also, we could potentially counter, or at least threaten to counter this if we wanted to get excited the Conspirator, though. I don't know that you necessarily want to do that. Might to get excited anyway.
Yeah, the G feels really nice here, actually. You have a lot of fodder for it, a lot of targets that you're going to want. Potentially being able to hurl that at Ari is going to be good as well to try and force an additional recall. Or to punish if Jaytamunda has to tap out. Because right now you don't have a punish if Jaytamunda taps out. And so now you do have a punish.
Yeah, and this opening is having a 3/2 Ari in play with 2 mana and an attack token. It's not very scary with Mudkip with 3 elusive blockers, not even an ability to give the Ari overwhelm, and no units to even recall anyway.
Yeah, I mean the big thing is like if Jaytamunda plays units, then it potentially puts him tapped out, so the GE gets to punish and kill Ari, right? So by leaving Jaytamunda, this just means that you're just swinging with Ari. Throw away a Poro, that's fine. And you can start to look to re-slam TF on the next turn.
Yep. So much here for Floppy, and like Jaytamunda just... I mean, I talked about how this matchup is probably not super great for... Well, I mean, I don't think any matchup is super great against Ari Kennen, but in this position, I mean, it seems dreadful for Ari Kennen here. It's just getting to this part that's hard, but Floppy Mudkip got there.
There's a rummage, more card draw coming through, more buffs. Still keeping 3 mana up for that GE.
Yep.
4 mana even. More card draw for Jaytamunda, but now the offensive from Floppy is getting quite scary. Swings are very shortly going to become lethal swings.
Block, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage coming through. That was before any buffs.
There we go. And here's the stun gonna come out too. So Jaytamunda is being given 1 action to respond before this attack comes through.
Oh, and there's the mind meld. We talked about it earlier.
Yeah, we mentioned
I don't think it's gonna come out this game, but
yeah.
Whew. Okay, Wayfinder, that's certainly going to be the most blockers you can get. No more TF cards this turn, at least.
Yeah, but actually pulling the cannon is, I think, a bit of a low roll. Because you are going to not be able to block as many elusives. But I guess you probably do still want the cannon. If there was a cannon in hand, it would open up cannon spell. Not on this turn, however.
talking a pretty big game about there being another turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty done. Parlay actually just going to come out because if there is a response of a recall, then that's just fine because you've removed the blocker either way.
Right. All right. Block, block, block. 8 coming through. So that will be another turn. Are we on a dead TF? We are.
Yeah, looks
okay.
Like that is the case. However, at this point, is that going to matter is probably the biggest question. Also, is he just going to draw another one?
Well, also the TF's going to get pumped here.
Oh, well, there you go.
That's right. TF was the smallest unit, so...
Would you look at that?
And you got to go for it.
Still had a way to play around twin disciplines on the cannon. Really well done by Floppy.
I think if Jaytamunda could pick the cards in his hand right now, I don't know that he's getting out of this.
A bold prediction, but I think you might be right. You might be right here. I think, look, it's a tough call at this point, but I think that Floppy, he might have turned the corner on this match. He might have been able to pick this up. It's really coming down to the wire here, but I do think that his full board of elusives and leveled champions may be able to take down the 5 health and no board of Jaytamunda. And wow, look at that. Would you look at that? We're going to see surrender. Floppy picks up the win. Really well done. Finding that level up early on. It's all about the mulligan, it feels like, in this matchup. And Floppy finding the ability to level the TF. We even actually, the game that we talked about, seeing, this deck doesn't look so good in the matchup. It was like, it's struggling. The elusive's not finding a way. Nami buffs something up, but it doesn't really matter. If we think back to that game, he actually curated his hand in the same way. He played the TF with the pick a card early on. All he needed to do was hit a rummage or hit like another time trick or some way to activate on that stress defense that he had in hand. And he missed everything on that initial draw. And so it didn't allow him to level the TF. The TF got removed and he's not able to find the win. So it feels like Floppy is curating his hands really well with his mulligan, looking for these things and trying to just force the level up as hard as he can in the matchup. Able to do it this time, and you can see exactly what happens when he is able to. Floppy picks up that win, gonna move on to the losers semifinal. Jaytamunda out this time, someone who consistently has a pretty insane fight night record. Out in maybe one of the lowest placements that they've had, but it was a rough week. Very tough schedule going against Floppy in the losers quarterfinals. Gonna drop in that one. Floppy versus Fair Jordan's losers semifinal coming up next. We're going to go to a short break, but Fight Night Legends will return in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, presented by Wisdom and sponsored by Metafy. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins. We're making our way slowly through the losers bracket so far. We're up to the losers semifinal, trying to make our way to see who's going to join Darcodius in that grand final. But we got the losers semis and the losers finals to go. Yep. It's going to be Fair Jordans versus Floppy Mudkip for this round. And I just got a little notice of Fair Jordan's playing a pretty interesting list, Blev. We got some Howling Abyss action.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is one that I originally saw Cephalopod post, like, day of patch. It was this Elise Trundle, almost kind of like a TLC-esque deck. Like old school TLC, I guess, not the Lysandra version, but there it is. Elise, Trundle, and we've even got Iceborne Legacy. So there's a couple of different ways this can go. I mean, you can just have like a good old-fashioned Trundle beatdown. It's got control elements. It's got the win con of the Howling Abyss in the late game. It also has a sort of mid-game power move that you can play with Brood Awakenings and Iceborne Legacy. It's actually a very interesting deck overall, in the sense that it has like 3-4 different win cons that can really prove to be very strong.
Yeah, I mean, it really is just it's spider spam, and then you continue to stabilize the board in that way. Howling Abyss gives you an alternative win condition. It's a pretty interesting SI list, pretty cool SI list, a very different strategy to what we are used to seeing, and I think that's always fun when we get something a little bit new and fresh. And it's always fun when we get to see Howling Abyss. This is a card that is incredibly impactful, but the problem is just the turn you play it, you know, you're playing this big, expensive landmark. It's not actually doing anything straight away, and then it can take control of the game, right? Like, you can very easily find a victory off of just pulling these champions over and over again. Level 2 champions are very strong. If you're playing a level 2 champion every single turn, you're probably going to outvalue and just completely dominate your opponent at that stage. Getting there is tough. The spider strategy is a decent way to get there consistently, to where you have an even enough board, or you're ahead on board that you can jam it if you're not already just winning with those spiders and with the swarm. So it's cool that we see it. It's cool that we're seeing this in the top 4 of Fight Night. It has made it all the way to the losers semifinal, and going up against Floppy Mudkip. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we get it in game number 1. Very excited for this list.
Yeah, we get the 2 non-Ari Kennen lists right off the bat. And hey, there's a combo. Brood Awakening into Iceborne Legacy. Very expensive, but I mean, it's, I guess, turn 3, turn 5, right? You build up. Turn 3, you can cast Brood Awakening. Turn 4, you wouldn't have any bank spell mana, so you can't play the Legacy then. But then turn 5, you've got some 4/3s.
Alrighty. Yeah, full combo there. It's all there. You just would probably want an Elise at this point. Probably the biggest.
Elise is nice. I will say it is a travesty that Fair Jordans doesn't have these skins, because this is one of the few decks that actually gets to rock 2x World Breaker skin. The other notable one being Deep, as both Maokai and Nautilus got World Breaker skins.
Yeah. It's turn 3 feels it feels a little awkward for both players, because I'm looking at, for Fair Jordans, you want to jam the spiders, but you can't Iceborne on 4, and Floppy can TF on 4. So
you're correct.
DC Jordans does go for it. He does have Crawling Sensation in response to this.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
But Floppy's setting up the turn 4 TF, right? We're gonna just. Oh, actually, no. Never mind. Sorry. This is just playing for Nami. We're gonna bank that mana.
Yeah, I mean, we still have turn 4 TF. Granted, it's gonna be a little bit painful. So I think that's probably the concession here. Is okay. I get it. You're gonna have the Twisted Fate, but I'm at least gonna crack you for 6. And your deck does not have any natural life gain. Now you can get, you can get anything off of, some of the spells that, some of the random generation spells, but you really don't have life gain at all in your deck. So I'm gonna crack you for 6, and we'll go from there.
Yeah. Floppy turns those 2 cards into real cards with the Rummage. 2 of 9 on this TF. Double Rummage in hand now, though. So effectively 7 of 9. You seeing this again? 8 of 9, actually. This is stress testing.
Yeah. Luckily for Jordan's, I mean, this is one of the conundrums of the deck, because you're running a card like Blighted Ravine in your deck that sometimes wants to play to your board, right? So do you play the Blighted Ravine to kill the Twisted Fate at the cost of your spiders, or do you say, my 3/3 spiders can beat your Twisted Fate even if it levels up? Based on Fair Jordan's not having caster vision, I would think, I'll take my 3/3s and just beat you down. I already am on that plan. Or maybe I'll even Trundle and beat you down, and the next turn I'll have a Trundle and a bunch of 3/3s on open attack. But as we can see, Floppy very likely going to be able to level up Twisted Fate. Okay, I'm going to open with a Vile Feast.
I mean, Iceborne is invariably being played on this turn. No. Pass back and forth.
Okay.
Continuing to hold it.
All right.
There it is.
Open with
the
Legacy. It's a lot of damage.
But this is a level TF.
And another stress testing. And,
and another one.
Okay.
Another one.
Okay. That awkward moment when you have too many stress testings. But leveled up Twisted Fate does not deal with 9 power of attacking spiders.
No. It's possible because there is a drawn TF here. Can we find a way? Yeah, we can play. We can get all the cards, block with this TF, and then replay TF. Oh, wait, no, we can't. No. We're gonna be
fleeting
1 mana
TF.
off. 1 mana off.
Yep.
So maybe gonna have to play this TF's pick a card and look to re-pull him.
I mean, we don't have to block. 9 is not lethal.
No.
But yeah, it's going to be a decent... well, I guess it'll be 6. It'll be 6 damage.
Yeah, you're stunning one of them anyway. I guess it dies as well because of the... Okay, Mystic instead.
Oh, yep. Gotta just hover to see which one actually gets hit.
There you go. Only take the 3. Then you can keep the TF. That works out.
Yep. There it is.
Then you jam Blighted Ravine for Fair Jordans potentially here, and just try and deal with this first TF.
I think so.
Trade 1 spider for TF.
I don't think Floppy will likely discard the second TF to a Poro Cannon for priority pass, if I had to guess.
He can play it still. This is a thing he can do. He can still play this pick a card. And I'm not convinced he's not going to. I think you want to put... You don't want to lose a leveled TF.
Yes, I do. I forgot that he was getting an additional mana off of blue card, so yes.
Blue card always
either way.
Easiest trip up, I feel like. It's always, you know, when it's on the stack, you don't always account for the mana.
Okay, Blighted Ravine feels quite good now. I don't think there's ever a world where Floppy is... And there's another Twisted Fate. Where Floppy is ever playing those burble fish out, so I don't think that Fair Jordan's was ever going to get him there.
Trundle in response.
Yep. Now we've got well, we've got the 2 leveled up champions. The full board comes next.
Yeah, burble.
And then what?
Burble.
Burble. We're gonna have 2 spell mana to play with. We can get into a 3rd burble with iterative.
Yeah. Burble.
We're going to kill the 2/1 with red card. Stun Trundle. Is the game over? Game's over, right? I'm quick maths. This is gonna.
You know.
Maybe it's not. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. If you played 2 spells, it's not enough.
Yeah.
Iterative would be +5 damage. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're off by a little bit.
You have iterative and Poro Cannon?
I think we're off by 1 with that.
Is it off by 1? Yeah, it might be.
I don't know.
I don't want to do the math.
I kind of want to, but okay, so 3, 6, 10, 12, 15. Yeah, Poro Cannon puts you to.
Yeah,
wait,
Poro
Cannon is 17. Okay, yeah, we were. Okay.
Yeah, that's
all right.
That's
My original quick maths were right.
Yeah.
My medium maths were not.
It's
Okay.
There. It's there.
We got there.
Yeah. I mean,
Trust the gut. Don't think about it.
It was exact, but it was there. It was there.
We'll take those. That, I think, is how the deck is supposed to work, right? I think instead of looking at it as a TF Nami deck, it is a turbo TF deck that also has Nami as the win condition.
Yeah,
like, I think that makes a lot of sense.
It is turbo TF. That really does feel like that feels like what it is, right? It's like turbo TF. You see it happen once again. And Floppy now just has to find a win with Ari Kennan, which we know, very difficult to do. Gonna be a real uphill battle for Floppy trying to win with Ari Kennan in 2 games. Granted, 1 will be a mirror match, so.
Yeah, I mean, very true. Floppy even gets the has the Tasty Fey Folk in the version, which is something that I was baffled by earlier today when I saw it played. I'm like, no one's running that, and then of course I see Floppy Mudkip running it, which I should retroactively apologize to the person I was, berating in my mind, but I'm not going to because they weren't Floppy Mudkip. But in this case, I mean, a lot of times, like one of the ways that the Ari Kennan deck tends to lose is it gets out aggressed. We saw Rumble decks be quite good in EU this week, and I think we saw Floppy was running Rumble last week.
Yes, Floppy did play Rumble
in the win.
In his win.
Yeah, in his win. So, a good deck, a good card against aggressive decks. Good old friend Tasty Fey Folk. He tastes purple so that we can live. Now, an innocuous attack, but if Floppy blocks it doesn't really do anything, right? B, that could turn on a Crawling Sensation, which would then be a leveled Elise, and all of a sudden you're in a lot more trouble than you need to be at this point in the game.
Yeah. Trying to avoid the Elise level up is pretty massive. Actually just always been a very strong level 2 champion.
Yep. I would say if we're not counting the closed beta weekends, Dawn Spider's first tier 1 deck.
Yeah, that's true.
The very first tier 1 deck was also a Shadow Isles Freljord deck, though. So the Tides of Time, just like ramp, pretty much like what a TLC deck would be. But imagine only beta or only Foundations cards, and then also like pre-nerfed Foundations cards.
Like the same 2 weeks that Bagels is running, Ladros Ghost combo with Squidmark and reaching Master with it. So, interesting couple weeks of
this is before Masters existed. I'm talking like you needed to watch a stream to get a key time.
Yeah.
That was the same time? Was Masters around back then?
No, but it was
it was the highest
literally
rank,
the week before. Yeah. Masters was around as soon as ranked play was available. Masters was around. Yeah. A lot of people were playing Fiora decks too. Night-Eye in particular.
Yep.
An old name, that grinding Fiora. Near the top.
Super JJ as well was a
Super
Fiora
JJ,
Shen player.
Fiora Shen, yep. Night-Eye played mono Fiora.
Oh, okay. Yep. Only us boomers now remember, Castle. Yes, you're being lumped in as a boomer now.
Yeah, well, I'm a lore boomer for sure.
True.
I've been here.
There we go. Good old-fashioned Elise just beaten down, but I mean, this is a net of 2 damage coming through. Elise going down. Now, we see the Iceborne Legacy. That is potentially going to be pushing a lot here.
Yeah. It's it's getting 9 through.
It'll end up pushing 8, I guess,
right,
from
the one
where we are now, but
folk.
yeah.
Yep. Let's Floppy down to 11. And Floppy still has a way to refill with that Brood after. The Brood Awakening gonna be pretty terrifying. It looks like Jordan's is considering... I mean, there was a hover on a Vengeance. I feel like there's never a world where you Vengeance here, though. But we are going to see it.
I do not like.
Just gonna pull that back.
Yeah, Hoko is quite good here. I mean, you're trading, I guess...
So...
Card 2 for 1 kind of. No, 2 for 2.
So there's no world that Fair Jordan's threw that Vengeance and was like, they won't get recalled. So the thought is that he wants to keep his Elise alive. He wants to continue having this threat for the Elise level up. And I can understand this, right? Because on this play, you're not going to lose any spiders. This is already, you know that you are not losing these 3 spiders. So they will be buffed on your next turn if you want them to be. Iceborne is still on the table. You lose out on 6 damage. 6 damage that would have happened.
Yep.
But you do get to keep 3 spiders on board, and you can re-slam Elise.
True.
So I think this is actually a really smart play, and he's gonna get a leveled Elise on this turn. Or at least be able to threaten it. Leveled Elise plus Jam. Iceborne.
Or is it just Brood Awakening here? And now we're going to have 6. On open attack, we were going to have 6 4/3 spiders.
That's true.
But is that even good enough is the question. Block, and then 16. I mean, it's pushing
Mudkip
exactly
did just
lethal.
Recall a unit as well, so...
It is threatening exactly lethal.
Yeah. With the 2 blocks currently, this is exact...
Yeah.
Yeah.
4, 8, 12, 16. Yep.
So gonna have to be a Homecoming on a spider or a stun. Probably will be Homecoming to keep the Ahri alive, I imagine.
Yeah. It feels pretty natural to do that. This, at 3 mana, Fair Jordan's doesn't have anything that would stop this.
Yeah. I mean, this, like, long con works out, too, because then you jam Elise, and that's leveled Elise, right? But then Floppy, can they just push 9 next turn with the Ahri? No, because there's Vengeance on the backup. I don't think there's going to be enough mana for Floppy to set up a lethal swing and have Deny backup.
Also needs to find the Deny, too.
Yeah, actually, no. Floppy should have enough mana to do that if he finds Deny.
Right.
But Fairdrins could actually keep up Vengeance box if he doesn't play Elise here. And he doesn't need to play Elise.
Okay.
So Vengeance box actually still would beat the deny play that can't exist because there is no deny.
True.
I think this should lock it up. Because Fair
Could
Jordan
be
just
deny
waits until the
here.
swing and then he gems box.
Yeah. This attack isn't lethal, therefore hit pass button.
Yep. Why is that spider 1/1? A great question, chat.
Oh.
Visual bug. Thank you, chat.
Chat says visual bug.
Huh. Well, I mean, it should be, right? Because it should be a 3/3.
Should be a 3/3, yeah.
Yeah.
It pumps the spiders that come out of Elise after the fact, so it's certainly...
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
See,
okay.
there's the hover. Yeah, yeah. Floppy's just making sure he's like...
Can I cast this? Can I cast this go hard here and just get free real estate? Okay, technically attacking for lethal.
Yep.
We know that is not going to happen unless Fair Jordan's accidentally hits okay, in which case, sorry.
Yep. Expect just to jam the box.
Yep.
Still take 3, but that's okay.
Yep.
If this were to be denied, you could Vengeance the Ari.
All right.
And now, after all this time, you can play the Elite.
There it is.
Took some setup. Took some really nice sequence of plays by Jordan's here, though.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Really, I mean, this is how you got to do it, right? You have to sort of overload the mana of the Ari Kennen, ironically, because it's, you know, such a mana efficient deck in general, but you need to overload the mana, and then you know, you can apply this pressure with the spider package. I mean, a normal TLC style deck cannot have a draw like this, right? Like it doesn't, it can't do that.
Goes for the second box to get rid of the Fey Folk as well. And
Sure, yeah. Might as well. You can't.
No way to stop.
Can't take that box to the next game, right? And you know you're not going to. You're open attacking, so you're not. You don't need that box for next turn. So yeah, might as well. Only punish, I guess, is if you draw like a second Vengeance and wanted to cast it. But even then, I don't think it really matters. I think you'd still rather just use a 4-mana Vengeance on the Fey Folk.
Yeah, most blockers that Floppy has in this deck can't even block the spiders anymore, too, because of the
Right.
fearsome.
Yeah. There's no burst way to remove Fearsome, so this attack should just be good. I'm going to pull the Fearsome blockers for good measure, and
There you go.
there it is, game 2. Fair Jordan's Spider Howling Abyss TLC control deck. I say that jokingly. I actually played this deck a lot day 1 of the patch when I saw Cephalopod post it. Not because I thought the deck was good, but because I got to use both of my World Breaker skins for Elise and Trundle. And the deck was quite good. I actually went on a really big run with the deck. And then people found out about Poros, and then all sorts of other shenanigans ensued, and we eventually got back to the hellscape of Ari Kennen that we're in now. But either way,
Speaking of the hellscape of
Yeah.
Armageddon that we're in now,
let's showcase it.
here we go. This mirror match again.
I feel like we're not very far off of reciting poetry with this matchup, but I honestly...
I give it a week.
I give it at least a week, but also like the matchup itself, I feel like, especially like these players, they navigate it so well.
There actually are different play patterns and
Right.
decisions to be made versus what the old Fiora Shen matchups were, which didn't
Did I draw
actually
X
have...
plus 1 interactive spells, where X is the number my opponent drew?
Yeah, there wasn't actually anything to decide. At least in most cases. There are fringe cases. I know sometimes I'll get someone. Well, actually, there's no, yeah, sure. There's some decisions to be made, but you know,
There is a decision. It's, do you just concede and go next, or do you play it out?
do you start reading poems or do you play it out?
Unfortunately, we had to do both.
Also, I really brought the heat on the first poem. I mean, I started with the Jabberwocky. I mean, you can only go downhill from there. It's kind of the greatest poem, in my opinion.
I started a lesser-known Rudyard Kipling poem called "If." Do you know Rudyard Kipling?
I do know Rudyard Kipling.
Chat, type 1 if you know Rudyard Kipling.
Rudyard
and
Kipling
also
wrote Ricky
don't say
correct?
Wrote what?
Ricky Tikki Tavi.
Maybe.
Rudyard Kipling, is it not?
It might be. There's another more famous pop culture novel that they wrote that was adapted into a movie.
Oh.
Called anybody? I'm waiting to see if anyone in chat says one. Okay. If anyone knows what movie I'm referring to. Oh, they do. Jungle Book. There it is.
Oh,
Static Sheep.
I was not aware.
Bluff called from chat, and they knew it. They had it. Congratulations,
Why do
chat.
I know
You win.
Ricky Tikki Tavi, but not that he wrote Jungle Book?
Now I'm checking if that was.
Did
him
he
that wrote
even
that.
write Ricky Tikki Tavi? Is my life a lie? Is
Oh,
that
you're
even a
right.
real
Yep.
book, or
Yeah,
did I have
Ricky
a fever
Tikki Tavi
dream?
by Rudyard Kipling. Yep, you're right. You're right.
Because it sounds like it could be a fever dream as well.
I mean, Ricky Tikki Tavi does sound like something you would say if you were having a fever dream. So
Yeah, it does
makes
sound
sense.
like something that like 4-year-old Cass would have made up as something that I thought existed.
Nope. Short story in the 1894 anthology. Oh, it's in the Jungle Book. Apparently, Ricky Tikki Tavi is a story in the Jungle Book.
Oh, huh.
It all ties back together. Okay, Ricky Tikki Tavi is the sequel to the Jungle Book, and this is coming from Static Sheep, who knew Rudyard Kipling and the Jungle Book. So
It's about a mongoose
there it is.
named Ricky Tikki Tavi.
I'm assuming they face off against a snake of some sort.
They do.
Well,
Spoilers
we know
for anyone who
who's
hasn't
favored.
read Ricky Tikki Tavi and was really
Yeah,
looking to.
only we're coming up on 100. What is we're coming up? 100 years later. Oh God, 100 and almost 130 years later. Sorry for the spoiler.
Yeah, this conversation reminds me of another just completely like nonsense thing to say while we're just saying things. And
Yeah.
I saw a tweet today from a good friend of the show, Crowan.
Yep.
It said the millennial realization that Dragon Tales, the PBS show, is an isekai. For
know
any
what that
weebs
means.
out there.
What does that mean?
Basically, it's like it would be like an anime where someone was brought into another world. And so yeah, it's actually an isekai for any weebs out there. Dragon Tales.
Why is there a distinction for that? Like I get I'm not denying that it is in fact that. I'm questioning the need for the distinction.
For the distinction. The thing is this was a tweet, so really does it need to be explained further?
Because Japan said so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's not identified in other cultures.
Most popular in anime.
What's an anime where it's specifically about baseball, and you can't just say baseball anime. I need a specific new word for that.
You need a new word
because baseball anime is not specific enough.
Sports, Blevins.
Oh God.
Sports. Okay, we got it. We got there. Anyway, speaking of 130-year spoilers, I will say one of these players will win. There's my 130
In about 130 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could use I could go for getting isekai'd right now into a world where we aren't watching Ari-Ken and mirrors all day.
Yeah, I think we talked ourselves into this mirror becoming the new nonsense thing, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to commit to that much nonsense on a cast because, whoo!
Like, we
we're
started the nonsense, and now I don't want to stop. I'm having fun.
It's like the world we transported ourselves into in this isekai is the world where we're talking about nonsense during these Ari-Ken mirrors. is there a term for an anime that's about the main characters talking about being in an isekai? Is it like
You very heavily overestimate my knowledge of anime. I know one term because I'm a fan of that genre.
Sorry, I only know that one line in this line explaining the fact that I only know that one line. Wait, what? Okay. Shoutouts to OG Family Guy, or at least like that one scene specifically, because I think shouting out the whole thing is cancelable because there's some not great stuff in those early seasons. But you know. Kennen leveled up on the side of Fair Jordans here. Yeah. I'm going to be honest, I don't know if we've missed anything.
No, I mean, we're about at the point in the game where stuff is now going to start happening, right? So we got the Kennen level up. Floppies is pretty close to leveling as well, and because of this, we are going to start seeing these Mark of Storms being thrown out, and that's where you start to see interaction, because the Mark of Storms, you know, if you've lived under a rock recently, basically, if you cast 2 of these on the same target, it deals 2 damage and stun. So you put the first mark, and then you grab the second one, and when you throw that one, it does damage and stun. So a lot of time in this matchup, you're going to start to set up a bunch of Mark of Storms across the board, and then look to clear away units. And in response to this, a lot of players are able to use Navori Conspirators, they're able to use Recall, they're able to use a lot of the interaction that's in their hand to actually start to deal with these. And so really the Kennen level up is kind of the go sign on the mirror match that things are going to actually happen instead of essentially the Cold War that is the stockpiling of resources and stockpiling of triggers onto your champions to get them towards level up. And because we've reached that stage of the game, we are going to actually see these players start to interact with each other's boards instead of just compiling weaponry and putting themselves in a situation to try and win. And this is why when we talk about go hard in this matchup, we do talk about it as being a bit of a mirror breaker, because you get in these stalemates and eventually the resources are out for one side as far as stopping these big swinging turns from happening. And instead, Floppy gets to, at some point, jam a pack your bags, and that can end the game. And now, while we didn't see that happen previously, we saw Sign-In be the mirror breaker instead, and once again, we may run into that issue because we see Floppy with a Sign-In in hand currently, or on board currently, I should say, and ways to actually bounce that as well.
Yeah, that's all really, those are all really astute points. Now, here's my question. How much of a different world does it have to be considered an isekai? Like, if you just go to a different city, does that count? Like, if you perhaps were playing on a baseball team and had to travel to an opposing team's city, does that count as an isekai? No. And if so, is there a specific word for a baseball game playing isekai? I need to know that, chat.
I tried really hard to bring us back into the game, though. I tried really hard.
I could tell you were trying hard, which just allowed me to load up that very, very stupid question.
You know, chat, I put in a lot of effort to get us back. And, you know, just is
okay,
all or not.
Chat is saying they always wondered this. They always wondered. Wait, do you wonder like what level of difference of world does it have to be considered an isekai, or do you wonder if there's a specific term for an isekai about playing baseball in an opposing team city? And then it begs the question. Okay, I'm not going down. I could go down a much deeper rabbit hole, but I'm not going to.
I mean, just go for it at this point, Blev, you know? Like...
Well, okay, does it have to be like a different world or different dimension, or does it have to be like a certain distance away? Because like, it's not necessarily like, is the dragon world of Dragon Tales actually a different world, or are they just teleporting to a very far away place where dragons live in the same like multiverse? Do you have to like travel to a different solar system? Do they exist in the same plane of existence? Is that the distinction? I don't know. I need to know. I just found out about this word literally minutes ago, and now the question, I feel like there's more questions now than answers.
It just means another world, Blev. So
so then my question then,
if in your
for
heart,
Stuart Little, for instance, his entire world is the city he lives in because he's so small. So if he went to from
you know, I unmute him. Get him back. I want him back.
I need to know.
I want him back.
Chat answer. Okay. This is the distinction. This is it. We need a chat poll. Lake Fu, can we get a poll here? One is a story about
Stuart Little
moving from New York City to Chicago. Is that considered an isekai? One is yes, two is no. That's what I need to know.
That, you know, at this point, like look, I tried to get us back and I failed. So at this point, we're submitting to this. LoR,
they're still over.
LoR,
they're still in the team's life totals. We're going to go to time on an untimed game.
Look, LoR, at this point, we need the poll. Because I can't get control of Blev anymore. So here we are. This is where we are now.
Hold on, Monty's now saying there needs to be reincarnation. That wasn't told to me. What?
Well, I mean, it's not in every isekai. Just a lot of them have this trope where you like die and you came back to life in another world.
So you have to die.
So, like, for instance, there's one you called That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime. Fantastic show. Great, really great. Yeah. So
I feel like there's more questions than answers now.
Just Stuart Little going to Chicago.
Yeah.
Is that, you know, Stuart Little is. Yeah,
I gotta say, I want to know what Fair Jordans and or Floppy Mudkip will feel about this.
Is the game ending here? Is the question.
Currently,
we have another Deny and Absolver, and no answer for Floppy. If he goes for it,
okay.
I'm freed from Blevins' torment. If it happens,
okay, we got there. I think we just got an achievement where we talked almost nothing about the actual match, but also missed nothing in the actual match.
There we go. There he goes. He finds it.
Fair
he figures it
Jordans.
out. Fair Jordans takes down Floppy Mudkip, our previous champion. And now he's been isekai'd into a top 3 situation where he is 1 game away.
I'm done now. I'm done.
I'm just gonna use it wrong now as much as I can just to like piss off Blevins. But he's now made it into a top 3 scenario. 1 game away from making it to the grand finals in his very first fight night. 1 game away from making it to that $50 money match. 1 game away from entering the pantheon of fight night finalists. Gonna be potentially taking on Darcodius if he can take down maybe next time in this one last game, but dethroning the previous champion, taking down Floppy Mudkip, who has consistently been a major threat in fight night. This is a big achievement, a big win for Fair Jordans, who had a rough start, actually got 2-0'd by Floppy to kick off the day, makes the run back through the lower bracket, and turns this around.
That is not a common one. We do not usually see getting 2-0'd and then facing the same opponent like in a non-final scenario and then reversing the 2-0. That is not a common scenario. So kudos to Fair Jordans there, as I mean, really well navigated. I mean, we joked around during that match because we've seen Ari Kennan 15 times today already, but I mean, even the previous match, very, very well played and calculated by Fair Jordans. And hey, we'll have to see.
Look, I love this Letters play.
Oh yeah,
I loved it.
Very strong deck. Very, very strong deck.
And important note, Blevins, very important note. The polls are in. Stuart Little going to Chicago.
Okay.
Is not an isekai. Confirmed.
Okay.
Not
so the next poll is explain your work. That's just put it in a poll, even though it doesn't just put explain your work. Chat, I need to know. Answer my questions.
I'm going to get isekai'd into a break screen in a second here is what's going to happen. So we'll see ya in just a moment for more Fight Night Legends as we move on to the lower bracket final. Don't go anywhere. Don't get izakai'd somewhere else. Continue to watch Fight Night Legends, or you'll miss stuff like... Welcome back to that time I got reincarnated as a lore caster. I am your host, Casanova, joined by welcome back to Fight Night Legends, presented by Wisdom and sponsored by Medify. We're going to be getting right back into the swing of things in just a moment here, jumping in with the losers bracket final. Maybe next time versus Fair Jordans. We just saw some great plays out of Jordan in the losers semifinal on this Spiders Howling Abyss list, as well as on that Ari Kennan. Blev, we got a matchup. Maybe next time. Fair Jordans, we got some Karina. We got some Shadow Isles in the losers final here.
Yeah, both of these secondary decks, of course, I'm just defaulting to the Ari Kennan being the primary deck, but both of these secondary decks fit a similar role. They're these control shells that have this aggressive early game or an aggressive option, right? We saw Fair Jordans turn on the Spider beatdown with the Iceborne Legacy, as well as the Brood Awakening. And on maybe next time side, we see just the Sentinel package, the Burgeoning Sentinel and Buru Sentinel, as we see here, really able to, put a beatdown on these Ari Kennan decks, because they really don't have a good way to deal with fearsomes. And let me tell you, this deck has a very easy time at getting that first slay off of a spell, as we see all the amount of direct damage and burn in this deck.
Yeah, being able to get that damage through. Really, we've seen this deck kind of play more of a beatdown strategy than a control strategy so far in today's Fight Night. Really coming down to getting those Sentinels online with an early slay, then just getting a bunch of damage through and finishing with burn. But we are going to be kicking things off with maybe next time on their Ari Kennan, and Fair Jordans will actually be playing that Spiders list first. We did see this take down Ari Kennan in the previous matchup, and we may be able to see it again. The way that Fair Jordans piloted this in the previous matchup was very solid, and I'm expecting to see some similar out of him this time around, really utilizing the Elise to great effect. That one moment where he saved the Elise by using the Vengeance instead of just pushing the extra damage was a big difference maker in the matchup, and a very heads-up play that I don't think every player would make.
Yeah, I think understanding that, hey, my win con is X. It's something we see a lot of top players do. It might be a weird play, and we even call it out like, man, there's no way that this Vengeance ever gets cast here, right? It's just going to get blown out. But actually, no, it did get cast, because we needed to save the Elise, because that was a win con, and eventually it ended up coming to fruition.
You just feast your own unit here, because maybe next time can recall targets that you try to feast. Now I guess could get a homecoming out, but if you feast your own target, you have 2 crawling sensations, you have Iceborne Legacy. It feels like a very good
target. I don't hate it. I mean, worst case scenario is you have now eaten Nopify.
Sure, right, yeah.
And even so, could still work. I mean, the other
cast on the cannon.
Yeah, you just cast on the cannon. I mean, you can still just block with your Sentinel. Seems fine. Or Lookout.
Yeah, this is the only reason it's potentially better on the Sentinel, right? Is to dodge recall. I mean, it looks like Fair Jordans is talking about it on his stream here, right? Because he just hovered over Crawling Sensation and over the Sentinel. And I mean, there's I don't know, there's a lot of levels to it, right? Because this unit is going to die eventually, and you have Crawling Sensation, so it's fine. You're always getting to do that. It's not so much about killing it. It would be about avoiding a different cast, but you also just got recall out of maybe next time's hand. And that's also important, right?
This actually ends up being even better. Oh, next time not even going to kill it. Okay. Just wants the cannon in play.
All right, so this time just going to block, and that will allow for the Crawling Sensation.
Sensations, multiple. We got a lot.
True. Can play both. Not much reason to not play both from what I'm looking at here. Like, you can just play both, play Iceborne. There's a consideration to maybe not Iceborne if you want to hold up mana for box.
Yeah.
Because you can Iceborne on your open attack. The big thing that we remember from previously watching this matchup rate is that it doesn't really matter to play the Iceborne like that quickly because your spiders aren't in threat, right? The spiders are just always fine. So holding this Iceborne for open attack might end up just being better.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of Iceborne being burst speed now, is that you do have that luxury of, I mean, it's, I guess, mana inefficient by a little bit, but you don't really care. This is going to be even better now. Ari's Charm, not necessarily wasted, but utilized in vain here. It's now Iceborne Legacy getting just a little bit more value.
Yep, there you go.
There it is. We now have a 12 power open attack. And we could see block, double recall. It's still 6 getting through. And that would be all of the recalls, but it looks like maybe next time just throwing the cannon under the bus, taking 9 to the face. That's half of their life total at this point. And oh, by the way, leveled up cannon.
Yeah, leveled cannon, but the box, just a phenomenal answer to this play. It's going to threaten everything that was just played down.
Yeah, really strong. This is likely going to prompt the deny, but we figured that was going to happen.
You know, Jordan's hand is a little bit clunky at this point. Does have the vengeances, but they are answered by so many different cards. That helps quite a bit. Gives some proactive play, makes the board terrifying, so maybe next time actually has to block out. Actually really just completely saved the hand, I think.
Certainly, certainly presents a much stronger board. I've got 10 total mana. That's box plus brood or box plus vengeance. Granted, box doesn't do anything now. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Could just skip block here. Not really a ton of value in blocking the leveled cannon. I think there's a good chance that you can just pass until your opponent uses that Mark of the Storm, but maybe next time has already shown a thought to just pass even with the Mark of the Storm in hand. Fair Jordan's giving us the thumbs up that their Brood Awakening resolved, because that's a pretty strong win con here.
Yeah, gonna have the attack token. Big, scary open attack. Maybe next time is gonna have to try and deal with only 9 health, so 3 of these getting through ends the game. Now, of course, there's gonna be ways to block that, but the box is gonna answer 2 of these. Might force out some recalls. Maybe one on the droplet to go for the draw.
Sure.
Probably hold the second one.
Yeah, you don't need... Okay. Don't necessarily have to commit everything, or commit both recalls there. If we replay the droplet, open attack is only threatening 8. Though we do see Three sisters. That could push lethal, and as we see it now, it actually would.
Yeah, hovering the Fury. The consideration, at least there, right? I mean, at a certain point, there always is going to be the thought of, is this the turn I need to win, right? Am I going to die if I don't win on this turn? And that's where you would go for something like the Fury, try and force it.
Okay, yep. Recalling the Wayfinder, puts more blockers in play. That is very much... okay, now you're threatening 0 damage on open attack, which is not great. Elise, turn late, as she does not level when she levels at end of round.
You probably still just swing first here.
Yeah, I think so. Don't know.
Because, like, now are you just not swinging? Are you, like, throwing a vengeance, like just a raw vengeance at Ari and praying?
I could see that as...
Because then you can play one next turn, too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that I get the Elise play. I mean, I guess you summon a new spider, right? Maybe this is...
Yeah.
So you didn't really lose a spider?
Yeah, that's true. Kind of. Yeah, no. You turned a 4-1 spider into a 3-3 spider, I guess.
But the question is do we just throw a vengeance at this Ari? I mean, part of me feels like we're throwing both of these at Ari anyway, so you might as well try and save the Elise when you do it. Does that track? Yeah. I mean, that's my thought process right now.
It's going to target Ari. I mean, you could technically cast both next turn because you'll have 12 mana, so you can wait if you wanted to. But yeah, this is effectively saving your Elise, which still seems like a win con.
Other line of play is to like Fury, but then you can't play both Vengeance, and it feels like you should play both Vengeance because the odds of maybe next time having 2 denies is probably worse than odds of him saving the Ari from a Fury.
Yeah. Opts not to. Takes 3.
Okay.
Sign in. This makes the...
This
is the payoff.
That does mean Vengeance is free, though, right? Because there's no...
no counter. Well, there's no more recalls, right?
Yeah,
all 3 recalls have been used.
Yeah, we've seen 3. Now, rough thing for Fair Jordans is another Ari was drawn. So maybe next time does get to slam that. We know there is no deny here. But Fair Jordans is probably just going to have to YOLO it. And if maybe next time does pull another deny. Or does
well, right now, Ari on her own is not lethal.
That's true, and actually you'd have to play both buffs, so that's a good point.
You'd have to buff both. Well, this open attack, obviously going to, you can go block, and then hit pass,
and
right?
And then buff.
We see double buff, which will prompt Vengeance number 2, which will prompt Sad Face. From...
Interestingly, maybe next time doesn't have to go for the win. This board of spiders is actually manageable by the hand. And this isn't the Karina list that maybe next time's playing. It's not like the over the top is there. So we're going to glimpse. But yeah, pushing this last 6 is going to prove difficult. And so maybe next time might be able to just get away with chipping, replaying sign-in, and trying to fill up the board.
Yeah, and...
Because you could play sign-in Wayfinder.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any 1-drops left.
No, there's not enough mana, right?
The sign-in's reduced, right? Oh, okay, so we are going to play the Might here.
Okay.
And so Might would threaten the lethal.
Okay. We're just going to flash freeze. Wait. Would it? Oh, yeah, it definitely would. Yep. One way that we could have, that we could push through lethal here on the side of Fair Jordan's would be a leveled Elise. But, obviously,
this
that is not...
6, sorry. Deal 6 because of the glimpse.
Oh, right, because it still has Overwhelm. Wait, is there another pump spell?
I didn't see one in hand unless...
Wait, what's this last card? Wait, Notify the glimpse doesn't...
That's actually... that is good, though, right? Because Fair Jordan's is very low on cards.
Oh, wait, no, that would kill, wouldn't it? No,
it would heal, it would heal in 1, but...
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take a healthy chunk here. Yep.
Oh, there were 1-drops.
Okay, we're going to make multiple 3/3s here, gain a life. 4, 5. We've got 4 blockers. This is only pushing 3 damage.
Yeah, not wide enough to get through.
Playing Trundle doesn't really change that. Ruination is a reset button, I suppose.
Not a reset that I feel like you win, though.
Not a... What?
Why does it feel like this keeps happening?
Chat?
Can I not?
There's only 3 damage, right? Chat, type of 1 if that was actually lethal, type of 2 if it wasn't. That's all I need to say. I don't know. I think it was, you can block that and not die, but apparently that is not what ended up happening, as we are here. Fair Jordan's up a game. Needs to get a W with Ari Kennen here with the mirror. I'm getting a lot of 2s in chat, so...
I'm stun locked, man.
Was it just like the Phantom Elise? Like the Elise was always there and they had Fearsome and that was the thought?
I don't know what happened.
I got nothing. There's 5 spiders and 4 blockers. That's correct. You block out,
right.
3 gets through. Maybe next time was at 6. What am I missing? Make it make sense, chat. I got nothing. I think we just move on from that because I think it might just be a blunder at the end of the day. But we are here. Game number 2. Fair Jordan's up a game in the Ari Kennen mirror, which, funny enough, we've seen, 4 Ari Kennen mirrors this tournament, and I don't think any of them have been the same version.
No.
Certainly not card for card, and not even the same splash, I don't think.
Yeah, we've actually, I think, lucked out in the fact that it's always been a different splash. Which also just goes to show, I mean, not only how strong this deck is, but just the variation that it can be played in. It feels like you can splash pretty much any region. You know, you can splash Sunk Cost, you can splash Might, you can splash, splash Go Hard. All very, very good splashes that we've seen to great success.
Now, here's a question. We ruled against Stuart Little.
Okay.
But how about the Little Mermaid?
No.
Because the outside of the water world is a complete new world for her.
It's the same argument as Harry Potter. It's like it feels
Okay, how
like
about
one,
Aladdin?
It feels
how
like
about
one,
Aladdin?
But it's not actually.
He's
one.
going from the street rat, poor life,
It feels
to the
like
world.
one, but not.
There's
actually
a song
one.
called "A Whole New World" in Aladdin. How does that not count? Chat, make it make sense. Anyways, we've got Fair Jordans here attacking, getting some value off of the cannon here. Gonna allow a little bit of damage and potentially, actually, we could see Ari go down here if we see a block with the Wayfinder and a Twin Disciplines used. Fair Jordan escape button with the recall, but. Oh, okay. Chad is bringing up an interesting thing. It has a distinction comes from driving their own environmental change. Oh. So if Stuart Little decides to go to Chicago, it doesn't count. But if he is transported to Chicago against his own wishes, then it could count. Okay. Okay. We're starting to make sense here. I'm putting pieces to the puzzle here. I got a couple of corners and edge pieces put together.
I don't even know what to say anymore.
I've stopped paying attention to the match. I'm now reading chat furiously.
Yeah, if Stuart Little falls into a toilet, goes through the tubes, through the systems, ends up in Chicago.
Yeah, like Little Nemo, or not Little Nemo. Finding Nemo is Finding Nemo. The Nisekai, because the dentist office, that's like a whole new world compared to a fish. They weren't put there by their own means, right? Okay, something about not being removed entirely from the old world. Okay, that's another piece to the puzzle. But then, if that's the case, hold on, it goes. I'm tying this all together. If that's the case, Dragon Tales, not an isekai. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. We got there. We solved the mystery. We're back to the match.
Dragon Tales is though. It's a different world.
It's not.
I'm not gonna
by that. If we're going by that, then Stuart Little definitely fucking is. That's all I gotta say. If Stuart Little gets flushed down a toilet in New York City and ends up in Chicago.
God. All right. Maybe next time. Going in. This is a high stakes match. Big swing coming through. Getting some early damage against Fair Jordans. If Fair Jordans wins this match, he's in the final, Blev. He's in the final. He's there.
Yes, very true. And I mean, we've got Godwillow Seedling. We've got I'm not sure. Ari looks to be maybe 2 or 3 of 6. Well, maybe even less than that. Kennen, though, at 4 or 5.
Kennen about there. The Godwillow getting it very close. There's another Kennen in hand as well. Once these get recalled at any point, another one can just be jammed.
There Ari as well. Okay, we're at 3 of 6.
Also, Droplet might be there for leveling. I'm not sure how close Jordan's... The 4 of 5 is Kennen's currently, I believe.
Yeah.
But
it could also be
droplets have been
droplets.
Played. Yeah.
Right.
It doesn't have to be the Kennens.
Right, we see a retreat that gets notified. Homecoming on the Ari. All right, that's going to be Cannon spell cast on to counter the Homecoming. Also returning another Cannon. Twin Disciplines to survive. So we see a nice little spell chain here. Going to end up with an Ari recalled, 1 damage going through, no additional card drawn for Fair Jordans. I'm trying my best not to read chat because I'm so enthralled.
Again?
I'm so enthralled.
Look, it's a great conversation. It really is. It really is. And I am so sorry for reading a tweet. I read a tweet and this happened.
Yep, it's true.
I've learned my lesson.
You just need to be careful what you think is innocuous because sometimes I'll shrug it off. Sometimes I'm fully decked out in spelunking gear and we'll go all the way into the mountain.
Lesson: don't read. True. Good point.
Smart.
All right. Another droplet pulled back. 1 more cannon left on board for Fair Jordan, so definitely going to have a rough time still getting that level up. Unless we see the recall from the Lightning Rush or from just the normal recall cast. It is going to be slower to get there.
Fair Jordan's trading the opportunity to spend some mana for a priority. Here. I don't think maybe next time's ever just passing there for a mana advantage or to eat mana, but it was a possibility. Fair Jordan's calls that, not necessarily bluff, but calls that gambit. Now going to recall the Kennen.
Yeah.
Which does mean Kennen would come down leveled. Could just level the Kennen with a Godwill Seedling if we wanted to. Yeah, this is going to get notified, and it doesn't necessarily matter all that much with the.
It's rough to fizzle one of your cannons, though.
Mm-hmm.
Losing a cannon here when you are just leveling him does hurt.
Yeah, especially since the this Godwill Seedling has a Wayfinder in it. And there's a decent chance that we don't have any more cannons.
I think we don't, right? We lost that other one earlier.
And then... Oh, no, we do have one. We didn't lose it. It targeted, it ate a Twin Discipline, which doesn't counter it. It just didn't kill the droplet.
Oh, okay.
So there should be another cannon in here. Unless we hit the Absolver.
But second one?
Okay,
there we go. Yeah,
fine.
You're right. There was one more cannon. There was one more cannon.
Okay.
So maybe next time is now acutely aware of Absolver in hand with Ari approaching that level up. There is a single concussive palm, which will stop at least one chain of attacks. But it actually can't be afforded. Is this just game?
Oh.
There's not enough mana for any removal, so
what would we ever be able... Yeah.
Yeah,
what could ever stop this
on 2
Ari?
mana.
There it is, the pop-off!
Jordans! moving on to the grand finals. Picking up that victory. Really well done. Able to find that opening of the 2 mana. I had missed that there was just 2 mana left there. Meaning that you have no answers to an Ahri with Absolver. So even though it is known information because of the miss that the Absolver is in hand, not having enough mana to deal with it, maybe next time, is going to fall to Fair Jordan. So not going to have back-to-back-to-back weeks coming back to Fight Night to get second in the previous one. Instead, it will be Fair Jordan's in there. I believe this is his first Fight Night. He's advancing to the grand finals. He's getting his invite back. He's going to try and take down Darcodius.
Yeah.
And this is a matchup we haven't seen yet. So this is, an opportunity. Fair Jordan's maybe has a chance to win this one, get a bracket reset. We missed it in EU. We don't get a ton of bracket resets in America. So maybe this is the time for Fair Jordans to run it back against Darcodius in this final. Darcodius sitting in the boardroom, waiting for the meeting. He's called the meeting with Jordans. He's ready to give him the business, the O-Cage business in the grand finals. We'll see if Jordan can navigate his way around the corporate world and find a victory in this final. But we do need to go to a short break while they get that all set up. Don't go anywhere. Fight Night Legends will return in just a moment. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, presented by Wisdom and sponsored by Medify. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins, and we are moving on to that grand finals, Darcodius versus Fair Jordans. But, of course, Blevins, before we get into all of that, let's go ahead and go through that format once more for anybody who might be new here or just joining us.
Absolutely. Of course, we've got the same format we've had for 50 weeks previous. Well, 50 weeks just on the America side, plus many other weeks in EU and Brazil. But we've got a double elim bracket with 8 invited players. Every single match is a best of 3 players, bringing 2 decks with no region overlap. And to win, you've got to win with both of your decks. Now, that little black box at the bottom comes into play here because we are in the grand finals. And if the grand finals from the lower bracket wins, in this case, Fair Jordans, there will be a bracket reset and we'll play an additional best of 3. If Darcodius wins either best of 3, it is over, and we have a new Fight Night champion crown. And of course, those 2 players playing for their share, the $200 prize pool, the $50 money match, as we like to call it.
Yeah, the classic $50 money match between these two, as Fair Jordans has fought their way all the way from a round 1 loss to Floppy Mudkip to make their way back to this grand final. They dropped in round 1, got the win because Tupac unfortunately did have connection issues today and could not play, but then from there able to take down Neomor and get the rematch against Floppy, where they were victorious before taking down maybe next time in 2 games. It's been a great run from a new player to the Fight Night space, and someone that I'm looking forward to continuing to see their run and potentially their seasonal run coming up in February, because this has been some excellent play out of Fair Jordans, particularly on that Spiders deck. I felt like a lot of very smart lines have come through. And going up against Darcodius, who this may be Darcodius' first final in Fight Night, but this is someone who we have watched for a very long time, known for their hatred of slow burn and their love of Azir Aurelia. These are the things that we know Darcodius for and nothing else. Also wearing a suit
and
on
business
Fight Night,
acumen,
and Okage business is now part of the Darcodius lore, but he's going to do his best to continue to keep this spot undefeated in this Fight Night, taking down Fair Jordans, win that money match, win that additional $50. Wumpy match, of course, as it's known in certain circles, but we're going into this one just
one circle exactly. Yeah, and I want to bring up something before we jump into the match. Now, if you want to learn about the distinction of isekais and what is or isn't, well, you can only find that here. But if you want to get better at Legends of Runeterra, make sure you check out Medify, our sponsor, !Medify in the chat. Use the promo code WIS15. You can book a session with many players who actually play in Fight Nights, including Grandpa Roji, who is here tonight, many other seasonal winners, top players. There's a lot of great coaches on Medify if you're looking to up your game in Legends of Runeterra or other games. I mean, hey, I found out earlier today that there are other games besides Legends of Runeterra, and Medify supports coaching for a lot of them, so definitely check them out.
Yeah, Medify has tons of different games that actually you can find a coaching for. I know multiple times in the past I had considered working with Medify back in Heroes of the Storm and League of Legends, in all the different IPs I've worked on prior to Legends of Runeterra. Medify has been around, and it's always been a great product that I think we're happy to support. That's why we love when we get a partnership with one that has just a really solid service. They support a lot of your favorite community members as well, giving them great opportunities and a platform to find students to coach and let people continue to create content in that way. So it's always been I've always been a big fan of that. You know, someone in chat saying Medify Melee is great. Yeah, it's great. Mewtwo King, one of the people who helps run some things over at Medify and works in outreach and stuff. So been a good product. Glad that we've got it with us here supporting Fight Night.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a win-win-win, right? The coaches, they get supporting the community through, you know, people supporting the coaches, supporting you as the viewer and the player that wants to get better. I mean, we see an amazing example on the EU side. Sir Donald, who has won multiple Fight Nights, was actually a student of Fresh Lobsters on Medify. and now is considered a top player. I mean, they even had I believe they had a match in a seasonal top 32, student versus teacher, Fresh Lobster versus Sir Donald. And I mean, Sir Donald obviously has a lot of background in other games like poker, so that mindset was there, but it doesn't take a lot necessarily to up your game, and there's so much to learn from other players, top players, especially in a more in-depth coaching session. So definitely check them out. ! Metafy in the chat. We do have a promo code WIS15, get 15% off there.
For sure. And speaking of good players getting good finals tournaments, we are getting into that final, and we are seeing some scouts versus spiders as a potential fight that we're gonna have between these two players. And it feels like spiders is actually going to be a really good answer if you can get the Brood Awakening online early with that Iceborne Legacy. Filling up the board with a bunch of 3/3s, 4/3s are going to be really good answers to just about every unit that the scouts plays, outside of maybe Quinn being at a 3/5. That does get around some of these spiders, but particularly the Brood Awakened Iceborne Legacy spiders at 4/3. Those are going to hit your Badger Bears. Those are going to trade favorably into your Island Navigators. Those are going to trade into MF. They're going to trade, I mean, everything gets hit in the scouts list. And so it's probably a matchup that ideally you would want to avoid, but that just means that Ari Kennan is the other one. And so we have a really real possibility of Fair Jordans finding that bracket reset and finding their way in. Unless scouts can find the win against Ari Kennan too, which is another matchup that I think Darcodius was looking at as, hey, this is a potentially winnable matchup, which is why scouts ended up in the lineup.
Yeah, I think that was really at least the mindset going into a lot of these lineups that we saw. It was, I'm going to bring the best deck in Ari Kennan. Now, different flavors of it. I think they're all within a few percentage points of each other. Stylistic, you can make stylistic or preference choices there. But then the second deck is deck that I feel has a reasonable win rate into Ari Kennan, or at least play against it, right? I think this Iceborne Spiders deck, as we've seen Fair Jordans navigate very well. It has a plan against Ari Kennan. Darcodius with scouts, I think, the first person I saw, of course, to the surprise of very few, was Caster Gems saying, hey, you can beat up on Ari Kennan with scouts. Granted, I think he just has the same tweet written up and just replaces the Ari Kennan with whatever the current top meta deck is, and says, hey, I can beat whatever deck with scouts. Which, I mean, he proves it, right? So I can't argue there. And then even Floppy Mudkip with the Turbo TF Nami deck, we saw have some success against the Ari Kennan. But all of these decks, even if they have a reasonable win rate, I mean, there's always it just doesn't matter. I have too cheap of interaction for you. You get a clunky hand, and the Ari Kennan deck is so consistent it just punishes you. But Fair Jordan, so far, I mean, we've followed the last couple of rounds. That Iceborne Spiders deck has looked very, very strong into Ari Kennan and the other decks as well. Yeah, it has felt very good. And yes, the matchup against maybe next time, saw him come into chat after that set, and he'd actually miscounted the spiders on screen, thought he was dead on that surrender. So even though that particular match probably wasn't going to go in the Iceborne Spiders direction, it was an incredibly close fight, and we saw that the deck does have game there. It does have ways to win. And that was with a relatively clunkier hand that we saw. So there are ways for this deck to completely blow out an Ari Kennan deck, and even in some of the closer matchups, it can find its way in. A lot of it hinges on the Elise alongside having the Brood Awakening and the Iceborne Legacy. And I think that any deck that has a good amount of game, right, whether it's the 45, 50, 55% chance win against Ari Kennan,
I think you take that in the Fight Night format currently because you're going to be playing against this deck a lot. You're going to be going against it. So bringing some version of Ari Kennen and some version of a deck that can beat it is probably your best odds. The highest EV for Fight Nights in the current meta, and I expect that's something we'll continue to see a lot of during this format.
Yeah, you can't bring something that just auto loses to it because we don't know what that secondary deck is going to be. And as we saw today, like there was actually a lot. Like put Ari Kennen in its own bucket. The other decks that were brought today, there was a lot of diversity, right? I mean, we saw everything from. I mean, Roji brought 2 non-Ari Kennen decks. I have to imagine at least one of them has a favorable matchup against Ari Kennen, right? You have to end up beating it at some point, right? Or else you can't win. So, I think there's definitely a lot of variety outside of just the Ari Kennen, but, you know, obviously we're in the world we're in right now with Ari Kennens. But here we go. We've got Iceborne Spiders, Ari Kennen Grand Finals. Darcodius versus Fair Jordans.
I'm jumping in with the business POV. Darcodius in the suit does pick up both his champions. And we have an Elise early game for Fair Jordans, but missing the Iceborne Legacy. And that is going to be a potential problem if they're not able to find that soon enough to get that early aggression. Crawling Sensation is a potential play on this turn, and it looks like it will be jammed.
No real reason not to jam it. You're already not able to cast your Brood Awakening next turn, so you take your I think you take your Crawling Sensation when you can. There's a second Brood Awakening. Pretty free attack here. Not really anything that punishes this. Fair Jordans doesn't really have any plays whatsoever right now. This is, I mean, if we open on Brood Awakening here, that's pretty scary on the side of Darcodius.
Yeah.
There's already a second Brood Awakening. The box maybe wants to come out. You know, or Fair Jordans wants to save mana for the box because if there's a Wayfinder on this turn, you'd like to counter it. This looks like it's going to go in Fair Jordans' favor here, as there's no deny. There's no real answer or interaction with this at all right now. I mean, there's a homecoming. We can stun Elise with Kennen. We can homecoming Elise if we want. But the rest of the spiders are coming in.
Yeah, the spiders are going in, and I mean it's gonna result in a level up as well for the Elise. And that's just, I mean, that is a bad situation for Darcodius, being constantly under pressure from the challengers or just the health pressure of the fearsomes.
Fearsome. Yeah, are we? Yeah, we have to attack, right? We're not attacking.
I mean, end round does just give you the level up with a full board of spiders.
Yeah. I guess if we attack with everything and Darcodius blocks out, then we're not leveled up. But like that would be so much of the board gone. Like that's like if Darcodius just blocks with everything, that's just like they already have Challenger. You know?
Yeah.
If you attack with everything and Darcodius blocks in the way that you would have pulled them, that's the same thing, right?
So I guess the thought comes down to it's entirely looking at
for fearsome.
Yeah,
that's fair.
And just securing the level up on this turn. I mean, there was maybe one action that you could have gone for the full swing, because you wouldn't have lost too many spiders for the level up.
Yeah.
And then on your next turn, you have leveled up spiders. You play the next Brood Awakening. But at this point, there's certainly not a swing.
Yeah. I did like the fake attack into maybe getting Darcodius to not cast that Eye of the Storm, but did not take the bait.
There's the level. Wayfinder, a little bit late for Darcodius, but it's still here, which is very important. And now when things get traded away, he can refill the board very quickly.
Yep.
And still, notably, no Iceborne for Jordan.
Currently, this is putting Fair Jordans to, what was that, 6? 2, 4, 6, 8, 5 even. Okay.
There's just the vengeance on the Ari. Can Homecoming the Elise back?
Yeah, I mean, you might as well. This is an expensive recall, is what this is.
Yeah, this is actually going to prevent Jordan from being able to threaten lethal on next turn. I think you were able to threaten with the Brood Awakening, and then just a full swing of Fearsome, only dragging the Blade Twirler. I think there was threat there, but there's a lot of math that I don't feel like doing right now.
Through Homecoming and Twin Disciplines is the question.
It would not have been. Of course, like there's
Gotcha.
plenty of good responses. It's just presenting. It's just presenting lethal.
Sure.
Not going to be able to present lethal on this turn, and you're down to 7. So it's going to be a lot of use of the Challenger to try and get a lot of this board cleaned up, get control of the game. That Three Sisters is a pretty nice pickup. It should save you another turn against the Ari potentially.
Yeah, the unfortunate part for Fair Jordans for not getting the Iceborne Legacy not only reduces the amount of damage you're able to present, but even in the scenario where you want to be blocking like this, I mean, all of a sudden these spiderlings are trading instead of just eating these 2 power units. Like,
correct, yeah.
There goes a spiderling, there goes a spiderling. Granted, Fair Jordans has essentially a full refill. Oh boy, if Ari, I think, okay, Darcodius goes for the end round. This is still going to get countered by the box.
Yeah, box gonna stop this.
Is there a reason to play the box before attacks happen?
Technically, no.
I don't think so.
I'm trying to consider if there is any reason.
I guess now Darcodius kind of has free reign. Although maybe that's what Fair Jordans is looking for Darcodius to do, is commit more. Like maybe Darcodius only wants to play one Wayfinder into a box.
Wow. Really did not want that cannon going back to hand.
Huh. This works. Yeah, you only need to survive the one box, then you'll get balanced and the second one will resolve.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a leveled up Ari as well. Now this I forget how this works. Does that cannon cost 0 now? Oh, it looks like it does.
I believe so, yeah, with the level up on the same one.
Yeah, it has like the persistent visual bug.
Yeah. But there he is, yeah. Now the 2 marks of the storm. Elise is dead.
Sick. Elise is dead, and this is pushing. Well, I guess you can still block the cannon, so not pushing 6, but is pushing 3. At least. And the follow-up for Fair Jordans, Brood Awakening, even if there's no board, is not even close to pushing lethal.
Block.
Nopify for good measure.
Yep, Sentry's not good enough.
No.
Wayfinder will pull more.
Yep. And Jordan's only runs 2 box. So there's no fear of the box here. The best that they could have is Howling Abyss, which they do, or sorry, Bloody Ravine, which they do have. And Howling, they also have Howling Abyss, but that's not the point.
All right, Charm back. Gets another draw. Droplet can be waited until the next turn.
Not a... yeah, might as well block here. Everything's dying to Ravine anyway. It'd just be if for whatever reason you specifically don't want Jordans to have the card on this turn.
Yeah.
And you're willing to pay 2 life for that not to happen.
Yep. But Darcodius is able to basically pull everything out of harm's way except for Ari,
Yep.
but she only takes 2, of course, staying alive.
Yep.
And look to replay.
Yeah.
The rest of this Wayfinder pulls out more units. There's the cannon level up as well.
Yep.
Darcodius should be just walking home with this, and then it'll just be scouts into 2 decks to try and seal this away.
We've seen this happen many times over our long time here, Cass. Scouts trying to get 1 win and has 2 tries. Almost doesn't matter what the other 2 decks are a lot of the time. You've got to... I mean, it is a type of deck that has free wins built into it. It's got really strong play. It's got punishing play. It's got some interaction. I mean, you know, people give it a bad rap, but it is a very strong deck for a reason.
Yeah, and I think Darcodius almost has it deterministic this turn. Not quite, because there is the freeze.
Right.
See, I don't know if Jordans can actually get
Freeze,
anything
block,
off of that.
Block, take 2... We're not dead.
Because I guess you can Ravine after the freeze? Oh, no, you can't afford it. Yeah, I can't afford Ravine. It's actually way too much mana.
Okay, this still leaves freeze up.
Yeah, starts with trying to stop. Trying to stop the Ari from killing with using the Vile Feast on your own spider. Noblify stops that, and you get the freeze.
Yeah, I guess just wanted to keep the freeze. Like, you can basically get the same effect as the freeze with that Vile Feast on your own unit, so you might as well get that value. Maybe save the freeze, and you're dead to Absolver anyway, so might as well sequence it like that.
Yeah, I mean, this Ravine is going to be very good for Jordan on this next turn. It hits everything, and Darcodius is pretty low on resources, but these are both his champions in hand still.
Yep. True.
There's Ravine.
I definitely liked opening on Howling Abyss first there. Not that I think it really matters. Ari's Charm not actually castable right now.
Yeah, going for the card draw. Finds another Wayfinder. I'm curious how many 1-drops are left. I think there's
We gotta be pretty low.
I think it's still, like, it's
Yeah,
not
there's a
0
couple.
yet. It's not 0
Yeah.
yet. Which is all that really matters, because it's a high value card as long as it's pulling out 1 other card. You're getting 2 for the price of 1, which when you are in, you know, value starvation, it is important.
Okay, there was 1.
And Howling Abyss went unplayed on that last turn. It feels like you needed to jam it, right? It feels like you just needed, like, you need something. You have no cards. So I don't know what the path...
Oh, this is still lethal,
does.
even through the Ruination. This is still lethal. Wait, unless... This is not
If he
pushing lethal
overplays-
yet. This is not pushing lethal. Block cannon, take 2,
Yeah.
3, 4. Not dead. Wait. This
Yeah,
isn't
not
lethal.
dead.
What?
He's just playing patient, but, I mean, Howling Abyss should see play, and I don't
I think
know if
if
there's
we...
any champion that can
If we open, well, okay,
Maybe.
it's really hard for me to evaluate the state here because with caster vision, because there's a lot of things. Actually, there's kind of not a lot of things that Fair Jordans have. There aren't Withering Whales in this deck. If we opened on Palm, opponent then has to Ruination. Then you have Ari and Kennen. That's 6 exactly.
Sejuani. Is there direct damage in this deck? There's not, right?
No, it would be hilarious if there was.
Region combo is not really direct. I mean, you know, Blighted Ravine, but
we have to open on Ari, and then now we need to draw a freeze. Absolver. Yep, that's going to be it. Darcodius is going to take this game number 1. Super close, though. Wow.
That came down a lot closer than anticipated. It felt like that was really going the way of Darcodius, you know, relatively early on. And then, Blighted Ravine started to bring things back. Darcodius started running out of cards. Eventually just being able to find more value out of the droplets, being able to find those draws, the Wayfinders coming in clutch, able to pick up that win. And interestingly, I am curious, there was one extra turn that we could have had Howling Abyss in play, which does lead to potentially there could have been one more champion that got played. And I wonder if there's ever a world where it makes a difference, because the mana floated there didn't actually, there was no reason to float the mana, I don't think. But I'd have to go back and look, because maybe representing Vengeance was enough. That's maybe the big question.
That's the biggest thing, I think. Yeah, that's why I was saying it's really hard for me to evaluate it while with caster vision in that case, because it's like there's so few resources. But like I guess it had to be Vengeance represented because both boxes were gone. We had the Ruination, but that wasn't castable. I mean, there's no Avalanche or Withering Whale in the deck, so it's like there's not actually any ways to deal with a wide board outside of Blighted Ravine. So I don't know. I felt the same way, but you know, giving Darcodius perfect information as to what you're able to do for the rest of the turn is not necessarily good either.
And I'm sure, so the thing is, I'm also sure that Jordan's had a reason for that pass as well. Like, he may have been thinking, I want to represent that I have Vengeance to, and maybe that's why Darcodius didn't go all in for the lethal, right? On the other turn. Like, maybe Jordan's representing certain cards was the reason that we saw what also seemed like a slightly strange play from Darcodius and not going for the lethal, right? There's a lot of things that you miss when you see fully both of the hands. It's harder to think in the abstract when you have all the information.
Yeah, we stop playing around what they theoretically could have because we know what they actually have, and that is not the way you can play during the game because you don't know what your opponent has. That actually makes a lot more sense because it's, you know, 3 times as likely that Jordan's has a Vengeance. I don't think there was a Vengeance played that game. Maybe
there was not. There was
still
3 in the deck.
3 times as likely to have a Vengeance as a Ruination. So Darcodius definitely playing around that and not the Ruination, which you know, definitely, you know, it ended up working in Fair Jordan's favor in that case, right? Because like that turn that Darcodius didn't go for lethal, that was an extra turn that Jordan's, with that bluff, ended up buying for himself. So, you know, ends up making a lot of sense. Didn't end up mattering. That's not the point. It was, you know, a strong play. And in some cases, it does matter.
All right. But Darcodius does get to his turn 4 attack token here with Scouts with a Misfortune. And, important to note, actually has this Ranger's Resolve to protect against the box, which I think is a big thing of note, because you want to be able to get this MF down safely, and this is a way to do so. Now, we see Darcodius pull back the MF, even though there's nothing that can represent a block. This is to play around Fury of the North.
Fury of the North,
entirely wanting to
Iceborne Legacy. Yeah.
Entirely wanting to keep this MF safe.
This, I think, is still going to be the box. Unfortunately for Fair Jordans, there's not even a way that Darcodius could possibly not leave up the mana for the Rangers Resolve here. Okay.
Yep, has the Rangers Resolve. Easily able to avoid this for now, but of course the MF very vulnerable to any and all removal left in the deck, so any Vile Feast, any Blighted Ravine will deal with this. There's the Blighted Ravine.
Yeah.
It's very good into this board. Darcodius considering Island Navigator.
Now, there's like, I think that the Spiderling could have made an attack there. It could get one damage through. It could maybe get blocked by something, and it doesn't matter because all those units are going to die to Blighted Ravine anyway. And like maybe attacking with it really shows that you have Blighted Ravine. But so does playing Blighted Ravine. So I don't know. I think that Spiderling could have attacked there. I'm not seeing a punish for that single Spiderling attacking, but maybe I'm missing something.
But Darcodius now setting up with these scouts. The first swing in, picks up a snapper.
Okay, Brood Awakening. Looking like it's potentially going to be on block duty. Now, one thing, and it's a tale as old as Scouts, a Kryptonite, as you may call it, for Scouts, is that 9-mana spell on the left side of Fair Jordan's hand. That is a good old-fashioned Ruination, and a lot of times Scouts has to overextend in order to actually put forth a strong enough board to win. And if that happens, a lot of times Ruination ends up winning a game. Now, in this case, might not win outright. There's still going to be a Beamer left over. We're still going to get an attack through even.
Yep, looks like block everything, throw down a Ruination.
Might be block everything. Pass.
Notably
block it. Oh, we can see.
You have
okay,
to.
we are
well, you have to
Ruination.
ruin now, or else this full swing comes in. But I think Darcodius can just win off of this because he can play.
Yeah.
Cythria and Rally.
Yeah, that's super lethal. It's actually just lethal without the rally. That's just 10.
Well,
right?
well. So there's Crawling Sensation. Is gonna come up for Jordan.
So this is not lethal. Wait.
But Darcodius, I think
it's
still
down to
wins here.
1.
Yeah.
Down to 1. Gonna do 9.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Yeah. Can deal 9. But do you? I guess you maybe don't rally. I guess you do rally. You put
rally.
Him to 1.
Get your damage in while you can. It like. You don't want your opponent to have like vengeance. Like you want them to have to use the vengeances or whatever on these. Like the removal spells. There's the vengeances that are good. Box does nothing. Vile Feast does nothing. Blighted Ravine does nothing. Three Sisters stalls, but you need 2 of them. Yeah, this is looking
Jordan's
pretty.
Still no answer to this next attack.
Need Iceborne Legacy. Iceborne Legacy will allow you to block.
Yep.
Or Three Sisters.
Yeah. Darcodius
one of those
has
two.
to touch Jordan and he is dead.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to glimpse to look for it.
Dig and dig. There's a lot of answers. There are a lot of answers.
Vengeance. That is
Iceborne. There's another.
Iceborne. Okay. Vengeance actually, was 1 because we can vengeance the Beamer.
2
Iceborne blocks.
Is going to make these very big and allow them to completely answer.
Wait, Casa. Yeah, you can save the Beamer, sure.
You can save both.
And you can save the Cythria. Okay, you can save both.
One will die
but
to
on one, Vile Feast kills one, Vengeance kills another.
Howling Abyss. Hanging on.
I will say, Scouts is not great with no hand off the top versus the Howling Abyss deck.
You actually, you can't play this Vengeance. You need to hold this Vengeance because... Oh, actually, you're at 2 now. You're at 2 now. I was going to say because of...
Misfortune.
Misfortune, but you're at 2. So, could survive.
You do need to... you do need to worry... I don't know, I guess... one card isn't going to kill you here. You need to worry about like Cythria plus Rally, but with one card, obviously you can't do that.
Yeah.
So Howling Abyss, we found it. I mean, I think this is over, but Fair Jordans wins this. Like, I'm not seeing it for Darcodius here.
That's 2 units.
Okay, going wide.
You can just Vengeance the Cythria.
Yeah.
Actually,
you needed... Wait, you Vengeance the Cythria? No, that's not enough. Not enough blockers.
You actually can't. Wait, was that...
Wow, Mirai Warden!
Was Mirai Warden the only thing? How do you answer this?
That was it!
You can't answer it. Wait, yes, you can. Wait. No.
No, you Vengeance Cythria because you need blockers. This... Oh, no, yeah, duh.
You block Cythria and you Vengeance something else and block the other 2. Because you have 2 fearsome blockers.
No. Yeah, but now they're 3. You block,
block.
Yeah. Okay, and then you had the Vengeance a 3-2.
Yeah,
okay.
you Vengeance 3-2. Yeah, you're fine.
All right.
You're fine. You're fine.
Well,
calm down.
Okay. All right. If you say so.
Very close, though. Jeez.
That was really close.
Warden was almost just enough.
Yeah. And now we're attacking for a lot. Block 5, 10, 12. Yeah, this is just 12. Yeah. This is it.
The Warden was so close. And now we've got a game 3.
Yeah.
Jordan trying to take it to a bracket reset. Darcodius on Scouts. Got him to 1. 1 health. Could not get there. And he's got to try and take down Ari Kennan with the Scouts in order to close this out without a bracket reset. Ooh, Jordan really bringing it to the end, bringing it to the tightest margins here against Darcodius.
Yeah. Well, we saw a hand that did nothing against the board. Glimpse Beyond into Iceborne Legacy and Vengeance, both of which were relevant. But actually, just those 2 wasn't enough, right? Because there's just enough stats with the Cythria attacking to come through. The second Iceborne Legacy allows the Vile Feast to kill, allows the units to trade off, and all of a sudden, all of Darcodius's resources are used just to not lose board and hand entirely. And from there, it's really just walking it home. As the control deck with a infinite value resource generator in the Howling Abyss.
All right, but Darcodius having a pretty good curve for this next game, right? Going in, has Valor on 2, into a Misfortune on 3 with attack token.
Yep. This is great.
Very good setup. It will be able to take out the 3-3, or at least force a recall. If it forces a recall, that's honestly good for Darcodius. The trade is fine, but forcing out a recall and just keeping your Valor as a threat is even better.
We even have a Rally on 4, though the Rally is not going to get the MF level. So you don't have a Scout anymore.
Okay, so Twin Disciplines to just keep a blocker, but you can still just swing again. Top decking a Scout would be pretty big.
Yeah, we definitely want a Scout.
And there is a Scout.
Ooh, there it is.
Only 5 damage coming through. I think you can say... Oh, sorry, more than 5 because of the recall, of course.
Yep.
7 hurts, but still... Setting up for a victory on your next attack token with this Golden Aegis. So,
yep.
Not worried about your HP total when you are just looking to win right now. Or at least set up the victory with the level up.
Yep. And we're going to be able to open scout attack. So this misfortune, unless there's a homecoming drawn.
Rally, so yep, you just scout attack.
Pull, kill, threaten to kill, whichever one you want.
Yep.
Misfortune does not need to attack to level up, so even a concussive palm is not going to stop that. This is a leveled up Misfortune, and that is a definite win condition against Ari Kennen.
I also want to note, I really like not pulling Kennen, because you actually don't want Jordan to recall the Kennen here and then replay the Kennen, because then they're actually clearing one of your units with the mark. So by doing it in this way, if a recall was used, it would be to just save the Mornd. Instead, it just dies. It's not a challenger card. There you go.
Yep. This is great because now the opponent can't play 2 twin disciplines, so you're not worried about this Misfortune dying.
Yeah. Tapped out of any stuns or recalls too for opponent cards, so you can't get the MF out of there.
Right. Yeah, this is commanding position
it's just game.
For Darcodius.
It's just game. Tapped out of deny. I mean, the rally comes through. MF just wins.
Block. Oh, yeah. There's still 6 mana for...
MF
there's still 6 mana for Darcodius. Yeah, this is it.
Like, by herself, she just kills Jordan. Because she's got the overwhelm on top. So, by herself, she will deal the 7 to 14 damage.
Yeah, she's doing 14. Wow. Business... casual accepted here for Darcodius. 3 mana on the side of Fair Jordans is going to be it. And we've got ourselves a new Fight Night America's champion.
Darcodius coming through with scouts. Finds it. There's the pop off.
There it is.
Into the camera. Okay,
you
business. Love it. In the suit. Couple little dance moves as he sends us away, but Darcodius is the newest Fight Night champion, taking home that $100 from the prize pool, and of course he secured his invite back early on in the day by getting to the grand finals. But Darcodius, not even with Azirelia, not even playing his baby, coming in picking up the victory. Darcodius scouts.
Yeah. Somewhere in the UK, Caster Gems is just nodding in approval. He might not know why, or why he feels compelled to start nodding, but he tunes into GiantSlayerTV. He knows. Scouts getting the championship, getting the dub. You know, ends up being a deck that can go underneath and apply the pressure to the Ari Kennen. We saw it last week, as well as on the EU side with the Rumble deck. These aggressive decks that can build these wide, sturdy boards and can pressure not only the life total, but also the mana of the Ari Kennen deck. It's not, you know, the Homecoming can do a lot, but it's 4 mana. That is clunky, especially in the first few turns of the game. And as we saw there, I mean, what was that, turn 6, 7? Rumble can win even earlier than that, potentially. You just don't have time to play all these Homecomings and bank all this mana. Yeah, insane. So
turn 5 victory with that rally pickup as well, but Misfortune level up. The second Valor draw was integral into making that just become an immediate win. Really solid top deck, but also just well executed from the very start. Darcodius having a phenomenal day, and we're gonna pull him in for an interview just a second here. Darcodius, do we have you?
Yeah. Do you want me to run the camera?
I don't think so. I think we're good.
No, we're good without it.
All right.
You've seen the suit.
We did appreciate it. We saw the suit.
We've seen the suit. We saw the suit. We saw the suit. We got.
I will say though,
business.
I will say it's not actually a suit. It's a blazer. There's no matching pants. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, I mean that's
just the
I mean that's basically been the fight night dress code for Blev and I before we stopped wearing jackets. It was literally just throw a blazer on whatever we were wearing. So
yeah, that implies that we need to wear pants to be on an online cast, which we don't. So everything is kind of a suit, right?
That's true. But Darcodius is in a boardroom right now, so he does need pants. In fact,
I
but anyways,
am actually not.
I know you're not.
This is just what my basement looks like.
It's just I prefer the headcanon that you're in a boardroom right now.
Yeah.
You're having a meeting. Your boss is calling you like, hey man. Anyway.
Sorry, the issue is in your headcanon, I should be the boss. But back to the actual.
That's true. You gotta be well, you are the boss now, right? You won fight night, you're now the boss. That's the way it goes. You got to be feeling good. Winning by attacking more than once. This is kind of the Darcodius classic at this point. I mean, I know you can't play as Irelia, but how are you feeling about the decks you do get to play right now?
I mean, well, you know, I love Irelia. I do have a PhD in attacking more than once per round. It is what it is. But, you know, Ari Kennen, it's a new pink yellow, right? It's true. I think it's my favorite deck of the patch. It's very fun to play. It's very skillful. The mirrors, I know they're not super fun to watch or cast, but they're very, very fun to play. And I get to like play my own techs and beat people who are playing bad cards like Sign-In. It's great. Scouts was very much a last-minute addition. I literally didn't know what I was going to play on Wednesday. Looked at the matchup tables, was like, hey, everyone's going to be bringing Ari or Control. I think Scouts runs over all of those, right? So I like spent 20 minutes trying to learn how to play it. I got Sir Turman's list. I shot him some questions on Discord. He said the deck's good. I'm like, I trust you. I'll play it. And then I leveled MF on 5 2 games in a row. So
yeah,
nice. So you said you spent 20 minutes learning to play Scouts. What did you do with the extra 17 minutes?
Kind of just looking at MF's art.
Fair.
Yeah, absolutely love it. But I do have a serious question. How do you feel about bullying Diamond 3 players who are just trying to get Master at a reasonable schedule while you've got like 300 LP? Come on, man! How come I keep getting paired up against you on the ladder? What's going on with that?
Look, Blevin, the way it is, and you're like, I gotta be like at least half of his LP. That means you gotta farm everybody, even the people who like, you know, you normally take pity on.
That's true. I deserve. You know, I think next time you got the fight night win. Next time, maybe just go a little easier on these D3 scrubs.
No,
like myself.
Absolutely not. It's nothing personal. It's just business.
It's just business. It's true. It's just Darcodius business is a great new meme that has, I think, come from this. But Darcodius, you actually said that you really enjoy the Ari Kennen mirror. I agree. I think it is very skillful. We memed a lot today, but when it comes to mirror matches, I do think that it has a lot more depth. I wonder, like, where do you rank this mirror match among a lot of the older mirror matches of tier 1 decks that we've had in the past? Do you feel like this is like one of the better ones we've had, or is it kind of middle of the pack? You know, this is like your Irelia mirrors, your Tia Fizz mirrors, your, you know, like all these, you know, tier 0 deck.
All the tier 0, I think every single tier 0 mirror was very skillful, with the exception of like some super old stuff. I know people will yell at me and say the Irelia mirror was garbage and blah, 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 blah. But as the person who was literally the best at the Irelia mirror in the world, it was skillful. It had to be, otherwise I would have won it. This ranks up there. It's all about keeping track of your levels, your recalls, playing around. You have to play around 15 different things in 15 different ways. And there's so much expression in deck building, even beyond the splashes. Like, are you running Sign-In? Are you not running Sign-In? Are you running the Landmark? Are you running Shadow Assassin? There's so many different ways you can tech your deck to like win certain matchups.
Yeah, actually, can we speak to that a little bit? Because you decided to not run Sign-In, and you actually ran 5 counterspells, right? You ran 3 Notify, 2 Deny, and I think that's a little bit high compared to what we see on average. You could correct me if I'm wrong on that, but it feels high. And I was wondering, like, your choices on these techs. So maybe walk us through those.
No, I did want to speak to that because I do think it's interesting. I've never run Sign-In in my Sharima build. I think Sign-In is a card you almost exclusively want to run in Go Hard. I don't think it really fits in any of the other lists. I think you want to be lower to the ground, more tempo oriented. I know I lost to Floppy on Sign-In today, but generally speaking, I feel favored against the decks that run Sign-In. The interesting thing about my list is if you look at any Amor's list, we're playing the exact same deck, except, you know, he decided to play Sunk Cost instead of
Absolver.
Yeah, instead of Absolver. Like, we're playing, like, his ratios were kind of what I looked at. I talked to him about it, and I loved them. The triple Nopify is something we came up with. Well, he came up with, and I copied very recently. Nopify is kind of really, really good right now. There's, like, just not a matchup in the format that I don't want Nopify in. It's how you beat Darkness. It's amazing in the mirror. It's great against any control deck. Like, even Scouts is playing triple bird now, and you can just kill the bird. Like, there's a target for it in every matchup. It's nuts.
Okay. No, that makes sense. I'm sold on that. I personally am a sign-in fan, so I mean, I think as a one of, I like it, but I get what you're saying here, and I definitely like feel like that makes a lot of sense on the counter spells in particular. The Nopify, yeah, thinking about it, there was never a time where a Nopify sat dead in hand, and that feels rare in LOR since the existence of Nopify. It feels like even when it's been good, there are just times where one sits dead in a hand, and that isn't something that we saw at all today, at least out of your play, and really just anybody's play on Ari Kennen. So that's a cool point, and maybe we'll see a lot more of this 3 Nopify leading into seasonal.
Yeah, I think it makes sense in this current format.
All right, Blev, you got any last question before we send
Yeah, okay. I got one last question.
Oh God.
If Stuart Little moves from New York City to Chicago, okay, no, I got nothing. Congratulations. Oh no, wait, hold on. Do you actually have an opinion on this?
I have an opinion on this, but you have. Okay. I'll only give it if you let me do shoutouts afterwards. So you got a couple people I have to shout out.
Yes, you get shout-out. You always get shoutouts. We're giving you shoutouts. Sure.
No, don't tell him that. He's not gonna say it. Just no, it's a deal. It's a deal.
The thing nobody's told you at isekais is the most common trope of them is that the protagonist has to have, at some point, be run over by a truck. Okay? This is important. If Stuart Little is run over by a truck and then goes to Chicago, it's an isekai.
All right. It is declared. We figured it out, chat.
All right, Darcodius. Now it's time. Do you have anybody that you want to call out to play in the next fight night, or just some shout outs for the end of the day? The red carpet's out for you. It's rolled out. You say, the floor is yours.
Yeah. I got a couple call outs. There's some people from Wombats who are going to be there next week. Monty, I'm going to kick your ass. It's going to be easy. Bear Jordans wants to run it back in Grand Finals next week. I'd love to, but I'm going to run over in round 1, but it is what it is. In terms of shout outs, I want to shout out everybody else on Wombats. The Discord's fantastic. The team has helped me scrim and improve so much. Any more specifically for help with the list. He helped me even though we were going to be in the same fight night, which we found out recently. Big shout out to Cameron Hanzo for helping me scrim the specific. We scrimmed what was going to be my round 1 like for an hour and a half straight. And then my round 1 opponent didn't connect because of their internet. So that was fun. But it's the thought that counts. And yeah, just big shout outs to like everybody in the chat who's spamming Wombat copy pastas. You're all fantastic. Great scrim team. Great people to learn from.
All right. Yeah, the Wombats are great. I'm a big fan. I always, I wiggle, I wobble, I win sometimes as well. I'm always in the chat spamming. I believe I've even said that on a seasonal cast before, and I will every time I see a Wombat in a top 32 of a seasonal and I'm on the broadcast. And we'll continue to do it forever because we love the Wombats here. So thank you, Darcodius. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you next week, man. Excited to see what you bring.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for having this tournament, and I will see you in the winners interview next week.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, Darcodius picks up the win. This is, I believe, Darcodius' first fight night win, which is awesome to see him added to the list of winners, which is ever expanding because we've been doing fight night for so long. We're going to keep doing it, but still, it is a tournament that I think people do value picking up that W, and Darcodius finally does get his. Now, big shout outs to Fair Jordan as well. We're going to take a look at the bracket and see the journeys for both of them, but Fair Jordan also making it to the next week's fight night. In their first fight night, making that full losers run. Very impressive. Not quite able to get it done in the final, but still looking forward to seeing what they are able to do in the next week. Darcodius, of course, having, the full winners run. You did mention that Tupac was unable to connect. Hopefully we'll see Tupac in a future fight night soon enough, but able to take down Floppy Mudkip. And maybe next time the 2 finalists from the previous week in their journey to get here. So really well done by Darcodius.
Yeah, really strong performance. It is nice to see someone who was in a different era, meaning the Azir Aurelia era, and was at the top of the game, right? One of the best, if not the best, Azir Aurelia player in the world, and transition over to a new deck that, you know, maybe is similar in power level, but in terms of how it plays out, very different decks, right? Ari Kennen and Azir Aurelia are really not similar in what they're doing, but very, very strong nonetheless. I love hearing the team synergy with the Wombats and the Scrims and Cameron Hanzo and everybody, like just that collaboration and that community. I love it. I love hearing that within LOR, and just it really makes me feel great as someone who comes from competitive card games. Like that sort of stuff and having everyone level up their game like that is really, really strong. And if you want to level up your game, you can do the same over at Metafy, !Metafy in the chat. You can use the promo code WIS15 and you can book coaching sessions with some of these top players that we feature on Fight Night yourself, and maybe even get to a point where you yourself want to play in a Fight Night. And, you know, with some coaching, hey, anyone can do it.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to Darcodius. Looking good on the Ari Kennen, looking good in the suit, and looking good as our champion. But that is going to wrap things up today here for Fight Night Legends. From myself, Blevins, and the rest of the crew here at Giant Slayer LoR, thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.